your ears okay?
My ears are good.
All right, perfect, and we're ready. If you can't tell.
Oke guys, udah balik lagi konten MSC 2026. Nah, di mana jadwal pertama itu caranya membenarkan jadwal. Sorry, punya kaku. Pertama itu Palakon lawan Pakon Mina. Nanti kedua Pakon PH lawan Gyeongju, terus Vitalty lawan DRI, Kimi Spirit lawan IKE, dan Jiangxi lawan Pro ini keselamatan Brumi. Bentar. Apa itu sih kalau masa kualifikasi ke salah satu ini ya? Oh, apa itu berubah ke Seven ubah untuk ini kan ada dua aplikasi ya di dalam itu. Oke, benar. Nggak tahu nih. Ada lebih kualifikasi ini ya. Oh, cuma satu tiket atau gimana ya wildcard ini? 2 tiket atau gimana ya? Belum tahu. Terus ini nanti game terakhir itu dua tiket yang itu. Ini yang kedua itu tim Spirit lawan Visite Gaming ya. Besok nanti jam 8 malam. Jam 8 malam nih. 8 malam. Kayaknya gua nggak paling mentok. Tapi nggak tahu ya, mungkin bisa nggak ya sampai tim gaming sih. Nggak tahu sih. Harusnya pasti bisa lah. Berdasarkan jadwalnya.
Everything that's going on with especially teams like Team Falcons, who are going to be vying for the win here in the MSC.
Chris, don't forget the defending champions.
And Team Liquid, of course, the favourites coming in this tournament. They'll be looking for the 1,000 points that you get for finishing first. But that is going to be our job, so we're going to be covering all of that with no bias whatsoever.
None. Right?
None.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
History certainly unfolding here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and MLBB is set up for a mid-season cup. That will not disappoint. There's so many through lines here from obviously last year, but also the wild card to get here. And I think setting up that story is one that we've paid special attention to. Falcons MENA made it through a 10-team gauntlet that included teams all the way from East Asia, Mekong, Thailand, MENA, Turkey, EECA, Europe, the Americas, to finally outlast and battle to get here, guys. And it's a journey, but now they have their first chance to make it on this MSC main stage.
It was crazy. I mean, it was a brutal journey all throughout. I'd go as far as to say that Falcons MENA, nobody really predicted them to make it through, especially with their curse in the wild card. They always seem to fall flat in the wild cards. But again, they were able to really capitalize on the utility jungle meta. So a big question mark here coming into MSC would be, has Boyet adapted to the assassins in the jungle?
Yeah, it's almost to the point where the meta has shifted so much that some people might say like, oh, they're slightly at a disadvantage because we've seen a lot of their, what is this? A lot of their meta during wildcards. But the thing is, a lot has changed that maybe they won't even be using the same heroes.
Well, it's a really interesting conversation because last year, as you guys mentioned, they did not make it, failed to qualify, and they were not expected to make it in this one. So Falcons MENA, by qualifying, they've actually given Falcons, our club championship back-to-back winners, 2 teams at MLBB. So twice the amount of chances in this 16-team group. When you look at the split, Group A versus Group B. LaFell, I know you've got your eyes on Group A. I want to hear from Group B as well from you, Mirko. But LaFell, Group A obviously has some great stories there. True Rippers is coming up in my eyes. Guangzhou Gaming. What are you seeing here?
Honestly, when it comes to Group A and Group B, I feel like it's a no contest that Group B is the group of death. So for Group A here, I want to see the teams that are here actually maximizing their chances to actually get quite a few more metas in. Like for teams like Team Vitality, Falcons, PH, even Team Spirit are probably one of the favorites to make it through out of Group A. I want to see whether they just going to go all in, use their best strat, or they change it up.
It's crazy to see Group B, though. I mean, Group B is ridiculous. LaFell's already mentioned it, but we have 7 champions in Group B. Only 1 runner-up. And it's crazy to say, but Onyx is the one that feels like the odd one out here up against all these champions.
It's an incredible slew of teams, and the reason is so important, and the reason that they are here is not just because of the pride, obviously, regionally to prove that they're the best, but because of the life-changing prize pool. $3 million on the line from MLBB here at the Esports World Cup. $3.5 million total for all competitions. $1 million for the first place winner. So everybody, whether you're here, is not done with their journey. Remember, nothing is granted, right? And so you have to find a way to earn this moment. And if you do, Mirko, it is life-changing.
Absolutely, man. Especially considering if you look at the format of this event, man, it's fantastic. We got the group stages already with a completely different format to all the other MLBB tournaments, and then single elimination bracket in the knockout stages. If you lose, you're out. No second chances. I love MSC EWC.
Yeah, one of the great things about this too is that right now we don't have to worry about losing any team. We actually do have our schedule for today because it's going to be group stages for the next 4 days. You guys are going to see teams battle against each other, and I love what LaFell said about this because you get to experiment. If you're in Group A, you might have a little more leniency to save some strats for later on if you know you have a weaker group in some people's eyes. But we'll see a lot of teams here. Team Vamos, Team Falcons MENA, Team Falcons PH, and Guangzhou Gaming right after that. Vitality will take on True Rippers, India's first chance at an international representation here at MSC, and Team Spirit versus Ignite Gaming. LaFell, all great teams, and obviously games that are going to give us our stories that are going to help shape this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because for now, sure, there are some mismatch in terms of who they're facing up against. I'm looking at Team Vitality because True Rippers, yes, is the first experience here at International, but Team Vitality, honestly, one of the favorites to win it all. So this is going to be a good test for True Rippers, but also for Team Vitality, because I feel like in that matchup, it's not enough to win. You got to win very convincingly.
Yeah, both teams have so much on the line. Coming up next, our first matchup of the day, Team Vamos and Team Falcons MENA. It's time to narrow in on what will be our first set of the day. Mirko, Team Vamos, Team MENA, obviously 2 teams with a lot to prove. Maybe 2 teams that people didn't expect to be here, now here, fighting for a chance at $1 million like everybody else.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sorry, LaFell, I'm sorry to all the Malaysian fans, but I'll say it. Vamos look uncoordinated, they look chaotic, they look awkward, they look weird. But funnily enough, that's exactly what you need in this meta. With the Assassins, I actually think Error 404, not GOAT, I should say, do really well.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm there with you because I feel like everyone has their doubts for Vamos, but now we're looking at Team Falcons MENA. They already quite a lot of the doubts come wildcard because, again, people thought maybe they'd be top 4, maybe at most top 3, but they made it all the way through. But again, like you said, that was the tank meta in the jungle. We'll see how Boya adjusts when there's a lot more Assassins.
How do you guys feel about this meta report here? 84 unique heroes in 69 games at MWI, Mirko. Healthy?
I think it's very healthy if you look at MWI, but just like last year, I feel like if you look at MSC and MWI, we're going to be seeing completely different metas here, especially when it comes down to those weird picks like the Hanabi. I don't think we're going to be seeing it here at MSC. I think we're going to see many more Assassins and less healers.
Yeah, this is why I'm actually looking forward to this one and why I see in Group A, there's a little bit more room for you to test out new things because here's the thing. It does seem like there's a meta where with 16 different teams, everyone can have their own identity and possibly not get punished that much. The only thing that I feel like would be super punished if they have 0 early game, right? All mid and late game. Other than that, I'm actually looking forward to how the meta shapes up.
I'm really looking forward to how this is going to work out. And obviously, our first match of the day introduces Team Vamos and one of their stars, their youngest stars here in the tournament, Error 404. We had a chance to catch up with the man who was so aptly named based on maybe a little bit of a mistake, but now it is caught on and caught by fire here in the MLBB community about how he's feeling going into the first match of MSC.
We're now back here with Error 404 from Team Vamos. This is your first international. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous but excited at the same time.
Nervous but excited. But more nervous or more excited?
But I think more excited.
More excited. That's what we want to hear. Because I heard, back home, in MPL MY,
Oh,
your heart
Brazil,
rate's
Brazil.
always off the charts. It's always above 130. Is that true?
That's very, very true.
That's true. Why?
Jadi,
Why is it always so
I think it's
high?
just the adrenaline of the game.
Adrenaline of the game. What do you think today is going to be for you?
I think it's gonna be high also.
What do you think? 140? 150?
40 maybe.
140, maybe 130. But of course, we do see a shift in meta.
Ini masuk
It looks like the
ke
assassins might be
bagian mana
back
itu?
in the jungle position. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it's suddenly it patched back to assassins, right?
So you like the assassins?
Yeah,
Are you good at the assassins?
I would say definitely better than the utility. Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite assassin?
For now, I think just Fanny.
Fanny. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye out for that. Do you have any message to your opponent today, Team Falcons Mena?
Good luck, especially to my ex-coach, Coach Pao, and let's give a good match for the viewers today.
All right. Thank you so much, Era 404. Over. Back to you.
Well, loves the assassin jungle instead of the utility. That's exactly what this meta seems to be offering up, guys. LaFell, your thoughts on here in Error 404?
I mean, like,
Wah, ini ya harusnya pihak EWC ini yang buat MSC ini bisa pakai trimban atau trim kayak gini. Mungkin karena udah kepake di tim pack ya mungkin ya. Kalau udah kepake di tim pack jadinya
ngomongin soal Bigetron atau bahkan Vitalty ada di urutan 5 atau 6 waktu tahun 2021 dan pada saat itu juga mereka tidak membawa salah satu line up utama mereka.
Betul. Tapi yes, get well soon untuk Coach Theonail, semoga lekas sembuh. Tapi yes, kita akan membahas juga untuk grup B, karena grup B disitulah tempat tim Onyx berada.
Ini grup B juga jujur banyak banget yang bilang katanya grup neraka, Bude. Karena kita mulai dari pertandingan ada Yangon Galacticos dan juga GK, lalu ada SRG Pro Esports, Onyx versus NTT, dan juga tim Liquid lawan Aurora Gaming. Jadi emang dari 4 match pembuka di grup B ini bener-bener semuanya lumayan mengerikan. Termasuk banyak juga yang menjagokan Pro Esports.
Pro ya?
Ya, semenjak mungkin melihat beberapa perwakilan Kambodia kemarin diwakilkan dengan urutan 3 dan 4, mereka penasaran dengan yang hashtag satunya gimana katanya.
Iya, karena kalau kita lihat di grup B memang banyak posisi satu dari masing-masing region. Makanya gue bilang kayak grup A ini masih oke lah gitu. Kalau grup B bener-bener kayak do or ya udah lewat aja gitu. Waduh. Iya, karena 2 kali kalah kan hilang pasti kan.
Tapi yang paling terpenting Bude, Onyx ini jangan kepleset, bahaya. Takutnya antara kepilih ya kan, atau ketemunya sama yang di bagian atas. Kalau SRG yang kepleset jatuhnya bisa duluan match-match panasnya gitu Bude.
Tapi ngomongin tentang Onyx, ini udah tahun keberapa Onyx di internasional, B?
Ya, udah bertahun-tahun
Bertahun-tahun dengan segudang pengalaman. Dengan sekarang mereka memiliki amunisi yang berbeda. Satu player, Kelra, akan bikin perubahan yang dar banget di internasional ini nih. Finals MVP 2021 nih, Bos.
Absen juga nih, hadir juga.
Ada Kiboy juga Finals MVP 2023. 2 Finals MVP berkumpul.
Ya, di satu tim ya.
Iya.
Kalau menurutku kayaknya Kelra pasti sih bakal membuat gebrakan ya. Mungkin terlihat biasa di region ID, tapi kalau secara internasional, nah biasanya gameplay pemain itu udah beda lagi vibes-nya kalau di internasional. Dan Kelra adalah salah satu pemain yang memang ya beda banget sih kalau main di internasional.
Oke, beda banget gitu. Kamu juga gitu, Be?
Aku setuju sih, Bude. Ini ngomongin soal teamwork dan mental udah pasti ya. Apalagi ini kan tim yang kayak Bude bilang, langganan nih internasionalnya juga kan.
Karena ada fun fact juga, Onyx jadi satu-satunya tim di MSC at EWC 2026 yang memiliki kesempatan untuk mengamankan trofi ketiga MSC setelah menjuarai MSC 2021 dan 2023.
Ya. Gak bisa masuk. Cocok loginya gak dapet sih.
Playernya.
Iya.
Oke,
Berarti
tapi
playernya.
menurutku yang paling terpenting adalah ini sih Bude. Setelah percobaan mereka yang lumayan dalam.
Eterna was there, she was making it nervous. So she's like,
no.
I'm good, maybe.
Eterna has been making people nervous, I think.
That's true.
What's been happening.
I'm nervous.
Eterna, you gotta stop, all right? But I think Boyet and Error 404, one thing I want to see for sure isn't just the assassins, but I want to see the taunt. I want to see the emotion. These two players bring out the most out of a match by yelling a lot of I love yous.
A lot of I love yous,
A lot
of
of I love yous in Malay and in Tagalog. So if I don't see that, I'll be very disappointed.
And Mirko can't yell right now. And so that's why he needs you to yell for him, because he's kind of living vicariously through your yell. So make sure you do it. By the way, make sure you also get your pick'ems in, guys. It's EWC 2026, so you already know you got to be a part of it. You have $300,000 that you could potentially earn your share of. So make sure to get your pick'ems in for this match. It's open now. Get them in very, very quickly. All right, gentlemen, I'll go with you, LaFell. What's the biggest story here? Who has to get going? We talked about Arrow 404, we talked about Boyet. Who needs to be the star of this game for their team to have success? Let's start with Team Vamos. Is it all Arrow 404, or who else needs to support him?
I mean, like, here's the thing, yeah. It's a good thing I'm doing Vamos, because they're my boys for this
I know,
one.
yeah.
So, Vamos, the story coming in is there's always a lot of doubts, because right now, everyone has the same idea that Malaysia should only have one representative, and that's SRG, because they are far ahead against anyone from Malaysia. So Vamos coming in, Arrow 404 is the new generation. He's supposed to be the new face, the young guy coming in, but then the rest of his team, a lot of veterans supposedly there to support him. So I want them to be able to prove all the doubts wrong and actually show up and make it to the knockout stage.
See, we got all those wise words for Vamos. I think for Falcons Mena, it's kind of sad, but it's true right now. It's just play your game, because it's so weird. We heard it in an interview with Eterna earlier. Boyet said they didn't practice. I'll give you another fun fact. I got this from Boyet and Sanji, not the mid laner, the XB laner for Falcons. He said they didn't practice for wild cards either. They're coming here with just the power of friendship, dude. Like pure power of friendship. That's what Falcons Mena have. So at this point, I'm thinking, how do they synergize together?
Gentlemen, before we get started, it's tough because we're coming in first day. We haven't seen the meta develop. We have ideas of it. Any predictions heading into this one?
I think
close set? Are we seeing?
I think close.
Close.
Full 3 games for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely can be the case in terms of the heroes. I'm looking forward for Vamos to use a setter for supply, something like an Arlet, and then come into the in the jungle. Either a Ling or a Nolan. It's kind of like Arrow 4 style of play. I'm thinking more of the Nolan to be safe, but if they see an opportunity, I would like to see the Ling.
I would love to see fast from Arrow 404, but for Boyet, maybe he actually takes this assassin meta to subvert our expectations. Maybe he goes for the utility jungle, because we've seen a lot of it already at MWI.
Well, high expectations. That is one way to describe what MSC means to these players. Another way to describe it is what is at the end. $1 million and a chance at glory, regional pride, and the moment that every player dreams of capturing a championship. Let MLBB begin.
Ada ininya. Suara musik nih. Udah infeksi. Ya, tutup. Sama sih, terkemarin sama kayak hewan. Terkemarin sama dengan hewan.
Welcome to MSC at EWC 2026. It is amazing to be back. And ladies and gentlemen, for another year, Rose and Milosh are your hosts for this year of MSC.
What incredible time we had. There you go. That's all the fans out there. Last year we had a lot of fun together on here, Rose. This year we get to do it again. And every summer is MLBB season. We had it earlier on where only last week MWI wrapped up and Team Vitality were victorious, but it does not end there for MLBB. You continue on and start off with MSC.
You know what, Milosh? Today we have 16 teams, the best in the world, battling it out for their nation's pride, prize money, and of course, club championship points.
A lot on the line for all of these teams, as you said. So how about we bring them out on stage for you? So big introductions. First up with Team Falcons Philippines. Flap, Kyle, Hachi, Super Marco, and Okwen.
And up next we have Guangzhou Gaming, Modi, Recall, X-Ying, May, CY.
Oh, ini semua tim yang berpartisipasi ya. Semua tim yang berpartisipasi nih. Ini gimana ya?
Hometown Heroes Team Vitality. Shogun, Nile, Moreno, Eamon, and Finn.
Making their international debut, True Rippers. Rehansha, Ians, Asuna, Kimi, Garcia.
Please welcome Team Spirit. Kid Mama, Czar Egoist, Sunset Lover, Hiko, and Sao.
It is time for Ignite Gaming. Diablo, Kelvin, Roy, J, CS.
GK Esports, Aizen, Zeno, Quanok, Yaga, and Shen.
Please welcome Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, Coily, Sa, PP, and Kuzen.
Joining us on stage, it's Aurora Gaming, Lunar, Tenzi, Rosa, Sigibun, and Pagu.
And of course, it is Onyx time. We have Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, Kelra.
It's in the name, it's Entity 7! Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vakoon.
And please welcome Yangon Galacticus, Ying, Han, Kaiser, Blink, Sanji.
They'll hop and pop it, Selangor Red Giants. Cram, Stormy, Innocent, Yums, and Sakai's.
our opening match of the day. We have Team Vamos! Sapat, Error 404, Klokun, Zekif, Natko.
It takes two to tango, so please welcome their opponents, Team Falcons Mena! Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll.
Ya ini ya dalam PH.
And you know what? We mentioned 16 teams, but now only 15 are on stage and we don't even have a trophy yet.
I think that's coming in a special way, so please join me in welcoming our MSC 26 trophy held by our MSC 2025 at EWC champions, Team Liquid! Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, Teddy, and JP.
In pursuit to defend their title, Team Liquid is in the arena. "16 of the best teams in the world, eyes on the prize." And of course, as we head into the land of dawn, only the best will prevail. It's time to rise above.
Gila nih udah banyak tim segini nih, Cok.
And glory.
Gila. Tim sebanyak itu, Cok.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The land of dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLG Season 11 draws a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
Okay.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro, Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region,
we're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions. MSC 2023 champions.
Yeah. Team Liquid is your grand champions.
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fights continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
And Team Liquid bringing in the trophy, letting everyone know that they have been put on notice. They are going for the defense of MSC. What a journey that was, seeing you guys were hype on that. Yeah. Before we even jump into this game, the draft starting soon, just, Mirko, what does this mean for these teams coming here to play for MSC?
This means everything. Man. This means everything for all the players, not just playing for EWC, going to Paris for MLBB. You know, I don't think any of these players, I think I speak for a lot of the talents as well, no one expected this game to bring us all the way to Europe, to Paris, to compete here. It's an honor for them, and to represent their regions, their organizations. It means everything in the world and more.
Gentlemen, you know what I saw there. It's a lot of motive. But before that, this is my champion's pick.
Yeah, and it's 2 champions, 1 game. My champion's pick. The event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to get involved. Lafel, you were saying.
Like I say, man, watching that video, it was so high because the thing that I got out of that is the motives, man. Like everyone here, there's more than one reason why they are here. They got the spirit. They got the energy. They're fighting for their family, their friends, the pride of their country, and also just to take down the final boss. And Carl, like that was such a hero shot by saying, try. I'm here. I'm waiting. If you guys can't stop me, I'm going to win it over and over again.
If we were to tell a story before it happened, and we were going to give a little bit of a prelude and an idea of what could be the story for Team Vamos or Falcons Meta before they jump into the draft, Mirko, what would it be? Would it be rising against the unthinkable odds to secure what no one expected them to have? In your words, how would you put what begins right now?
Absolutely. I think especially after that opening, you saw the peak of MLBB. Now we go all the way down to surface level. This is where Vamos and Falcons Meta started. Heck, Falcons Meta had to start below sea level.
Jeez.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Everyone has proven that they're good enough to come here at EWC. But once you're here, good enough is not it. Nope. Even being your best is not enough. Even being perfect sometimes is not enough. You have to somehow break your opponents in the process.
Nothing is granted.
And good enough is not good enough. I like that. You got to somehow be your best, but you have to also let all the things that happen in a tournament happen and still survive those bounces. We've seen it in the World Cup that just ended. The ball doesn't always bounce your way. You have to navigate those moments where things feel good or they don't feel good, Mirko. And as we do narrow in and we see the big picture, we get a chance to now kind of focus our attention on 2 teams that are climbing that mountain. And in this way, as we take a look at the map reveal, it starts that mini moment of, hey, this is going to be what we're playing. Broken walls, looks like it's going to be the map. Lafel, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of my thoughts is this might be just a little bit better for Falcons Meta here because they might go for a composition that has a tank jungle that can go for an early invades and able to get out of that scot-free. And Broken Walls may not be the very best for picks like the Fanny or the Ling. We'll see whether even in that situation, Air 4-4 will still go for those picks.
And as we do look at these picks, and again, narrowing down, we see the map. Now it's time to almost start looking at what is the composition, because this idea of the jungle has been something you guys have been discussing in the green room quite a bit. Mirko, for those coming in, do you really expect to see a lot of, I guess, the unique heroes that we saw at MWI increase because that jungle has become more available?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more unique heroes, but not the ones that we saw at MWI.
Okay.
A few of those heroes we already saw at MWI. Again, a lot of utility jungle usage all the way to the grand finals. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive picks here. Assassins coming down, and even maybe a bit more diversity in mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle. I think now we need to move our focus into the mid lane. In the last few years of MLBB, it almost seems like it's just been 1 to 3 heroes in the mid lane. I think the meta has opened up a lot. I think a lot of picks that you guys back at home aren't expecting will be coming out because of the assassin picks. Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gords that have been meta for a while may not see the light of day. Heck, we might see more heroes like the Kadira, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team Vamos trying to claim that youth. Lafel, how do you feel about just this team, Zekeef, Arrow 404, their synergy coming into this?
Their synergy is amazing because the thing about Zekeef is he's almost redefining how you should be playing the roam, which might be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy just to get all the ults out and then let it be safe for his team to go in. But also, sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry where he use some damage dealers where, sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekeef is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out. From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas is first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons Mena. They've been playing utility jungle with an Atlas here. It's going to be very, very tough to pull it off. So they might have to already move in a different direction.
Goya and Sanji trying to do their best with the 2-pick response. But that's what you hope a first pick does, right? Mirko just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end so they don't get to set the tempo of this draft.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos wants to be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons Meta that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons Meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny some of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Supai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up a Nakai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up though for Team Vamos, so they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go, the Eudora. I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick. I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons Meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is gonna be very interesting. Right now, we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. Rather similar, except for Rome as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Mena, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Mena, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Mena, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Mena, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moscow. I wonder if they will ban out the Plot as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Plot.
Lafel, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Paquito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Arrow 4, the jungler, as well as Zekeef, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible, like 14 minutes, 12 minutes, like that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like Nat Goat in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here, because, again, Falcons Meta, they kind of have a combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very, very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere, and the Atlas I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like Natko, as long as he gets a pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons Mena, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. In terms of Natko, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the higher of the Claude, and like you said, Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natko being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between 2 different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having weak side Claude here for Natko is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natko absorb maybe 2 sides or 2 minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons Mena. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons Mena, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Mena, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of 2 teams coming in with different strategies. Natko and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe. In terms of their dynamic, will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know 2 guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clawquinn has already missed a couple of minions, which is already a pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it. You know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, yes, that Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with the Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS, so you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Mena make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Error 404 is waiting for 30 full seconds until level 4 has been hit. Straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Error 404 to get on out of there, but the final slash will put Sabat in a compromised position with no flicker, first blood, achieve fatal links as well to combo in, and the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the turtle. Let's just go get some bodies, and they'll do just that. First turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Mena. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here, brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen fatal links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just 1 kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 404 was sitting up on that top side forward to try and unlock Suppot has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind. Because if you look at Boyet, he's already level 6 to Arrow 404's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things, again, where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Mena. And across the board, too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent Cho player. This is probably his best or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance, try to set things up. Oh, Troll.
Speaking of setting things up, they already have the wombo combo of a lifetime Troll. They don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
Oh, now once again, getting the superconductor off of Boyet. Well-timed heavy spin. Now, this is the big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of wombo combo tech. If Falcons, Mena, are in the right place at the right time, that heavy spin kind of counters everything. Same can be said about the final slash at the end. But the fact that everybody has flickers, it really goes to show, yo, we are here to fight, we are here to combo, and that's it.
The heavy spin's so good, man. And that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of picks. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
Already had the way of the dragon, but Suppot manages to get on. Do we see the punish? And yes, it is good. It pulls one more over the wall. Almost unintentionally, but they already saw everything. This is one back, a double kill for Vamos to pull him back into a better position.
Hey man, Vamos brings himself back into this game. They should be able to go ahead and take this turtle as well, so they'll even out the objective. Turtle takes. Really good counter punch. Again, this was Troll starting that fight up, but Vamos saw it coming and they responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. They want to put some pressure on Sano if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is if he just gets Suppot a slight lead in the lane, that lane should be basically done for, and then we can go straight back into team fighting and play for our strong side like Miracle mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Z-Keep's side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Here's what... You're just saying hi. Here, I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here.
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It'd be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually... Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Natko.
And Natko's up 700-ish gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is... Z-Keep actually looking for a potential pick, but it's not going to happen. Now Natko can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Ha's Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natko already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Z-Keep getting wombo combo to the ground. But let's see what the Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ulti and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Mena. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Troll's ult, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Coffin definitely can steal an ult.
A little look there at Boyet. Here we go. Turtle, third one of the game. Last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, spatial migration is good. Now into the Blazing Dew, and Nako somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle. And now they're on to Boyet. A double kill for Nako so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links actually pull? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle. They're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, Fatal Links on towards Nako, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple buff. They've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taken a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe one recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Natco. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the support side. The Fatal Links eye catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyette. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos. Just too much. Sanji able to find it into one more. They need to get the last two, but Clockwind and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch on Sapat. The rest of the team gets... Oh, they got heavy. They got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin. No way to kind of buffer the spatial migration. And worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky, I think. Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's... essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have Anakai in the hands of Boyette, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into one so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already 2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Air 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half up on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way the Dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Air 404 pushed out of it, but he's still, with the spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a Lightning Truncheon, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. Zeke kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only were the Lords secured by Arrow 404, but you got to give it to Sapat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Natco followed through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured even amidst all of this. But then where Sapat goes, he even burns
jujur ya, mungkin dari ininya ya mereka itu
Natco was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
Vamos ini bisa atasi keadaannya pas lagi mereka udah tersudut aja gitulah.
In the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked it now. Natco getting attacked by the epic spin.
Di pojokin aja masih bisa, cok. Bahkan udah bilang, kalau mereka udah tutup bisa cerangin balik, cok. Ah, yalah. Nanti counter balik ini, cok. Wah, bisa ini kalau mau. Keren ya.
With no ults and nothing left, that should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, are they going to chase down Air 404?
Punish this into the violent red. Sano forgot the alt timer.
All right. It was going so well until it wasn't, man. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind Natco, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is in that fight, you know, Vamos lost enough, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have.
Oh, Fatal Links onto one so far. They haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark, Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for not go. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially it's if they can find a pickoff, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Quacoon.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. So far, jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Support flickers forward onto Sano. Blazing duet as well. Right onto Coffin. Stolen. Fatal Links pulls him away. But that Lord falls into the hands of Quacoon as they clean up the rest of Falcons who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sapat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Trying to make this play. Flickering forward to trying to make the wall book. Combo Cuffin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up on Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it. But he needs to have final sight comes on through. But how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. For game one, anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons Meta. But again, game one, it's only day one here, the group stage for wildcard, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers. Like the Windsome Nature that was early purchased by Nako after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think a big part of this, you know, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, looking at these highlights, especially this team fight, Team Falcons Mena had the idea they had to get rid of now.
Momentum awal yang bagus, tapi di saat Fatalin, field requiem-nya udah sinergi satu sama lain, itu jadi momentum demi momentum yang bisa dipegang sama Vamos.
Ini bagus loh, tadi ini Fatalin langsung file requiem gitu aja.
Kita sering nggak sih ngeliat Troll, memang masuk nih, targetnya bagus banget nih ke Quacoon kan?
Gak ada.
Jauh.
Iya.
Dipisahin juga kan sama pemain-pemain.
Ya siapa yang mau ngedeketin Trafo coba?
Trafo?
Trafo listrik itu.
Iya sih bener. Sutet ya.
Iya, sampai tadi nanti bakalan top one.
Sutet nggak?
Sutet.
Streamnya.
PLL.
Apa?
Perusahaan listrik Land of the.
Iya bener, boleh.
Udah ngalahin. Iya.
Tapi memang Boyetnya sangat-sangat mengganggu ya dengan Akainya juga yang memang udah sering kali kita lihat di wildcard. Tapi in the end, bahkan Lordnya di sini belum masuk kalau nggak salah di momen-momen akhirnya baru muncul. Tapi dengan pemain-pemain dari Falcons Mena yang masih menunggu keadaan spawn juga.
Betul.
Kira sulit untuk bisa mempertahankan bagaimana base mereka yang akhirnya dihancurkan oleh Vamos. Secure 1 poin di game yang pertama.
Gokil, tapi game pertama ya ritmenya cepat banget. Saya suka.
Baku hantam.
Saya suka.
Itu dia, kita memang menganut brawl server. Masih bertetangga lah ya, tapi congratulations ke Vamos tapi berakhir karena best of 3.
Iya, best of 3 teman-teman, ini masih game yang pertama.
Kita masuk TV.
Yeay, kita masuk TV. Tapi kalau tadi awal ada pantun, belum juga ada pantun.
Apa?
Telur asin, telur gulung.
Cakep.
Ente belum. Ya, sekarang waktunya. Kita akan lempar lagi ke panelis. Let's go.
Tapi ya berubah mungkin dari sini ya channelnya juga banyak banget yang lumayan. Ada ceritanya.
Not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup.
Oh. Malah brewek. Tapi bukannya ini udah melanggar ya? Ntar kan tiap pengalaman stream itu sebelum mau stream kan mau private nggak masalah, tapi kalau udah di tengah game gini setelah jeda gitu ya nggak tahu deh ya, aku juga kurang tahu kayaknya kayak gitu lah. Kalau belum bisa coba film. Oke, ini 1,1 mantap. Hampir rata-rata yang paling populer itu di atas 1000 semua ya. Iya sih, mau sih. Buat ini apa ya? Ya kayak gitu lah pokoknya. Ya, apalah orang nih gak bener pula nih. Oh, yang lagi nge-stream dan lagi nonton sekarang ini, please jangan report tinggal kakak masih ini orang tipikal yang benar-benar ngasih ini ya, benar-benar ngasih banyak informasi salah. Oh benar deh. Ini lagi berintis lumayan banget, lagi berintis. Sampai udah apa sih? Gila juga nih yang bisa ini ya. Aduh, bisa-bisanya kalau Dewin malah stream GTA. Stream GTA 5. Play pula, aduh. Langgaran kan apa kali ya, raja. Oh, gila sih yang nonton. Aku ya buat tetap ini ya, respect banget siapapun yang nonton ya, tetap nonton aja kan. Sebenarnya kalau dari gue yang mau pasang sama siapapun yang nonton pastinya bisa memberikan dampak yang apa ya, bagus lah pokoknya. Tapi ya namanya gue lagi berintis ya, namanya juga pasti punya prosesnya masing-masing, dan kurang lebih itu.
Actually, Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit. Hold on, 1, 2. Okay. Hard for me to pause during that moment, but you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that, so good on Vamos. And then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MVP right now. We do have an assist of the game. That was Mirko, assist of the studio segment. Guys, I mean, that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also, if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Mena that Lefel pointed out, we have to take a look at Falcons Mena's eagerness to be the proactive team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just leaning towards, all right, we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times, you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the show, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So a brand new interactive effect. Rhino Day, baby. I love it. So it's close to Rain Day right there. It's not.
Yeah, you know what?
I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day. That'll be fun. And I think, Mirko, too, when we start looking at Game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game, they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts, they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own prio picks, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Cho and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just trying to counter, getting these good matchups, but ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the metagame that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into Game 2 that they should fix would be try to be the proactive one. Steal these prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Prio picks going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, Lefel, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win, unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Be like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They will even, like, double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks, maybe even stealing blue side, which they did. Fanny Ban and I believe the Hirara. This is the question, though, right? Do Falcons Mena play the Hirara? If the Hirara is left open, I feel like first pick should be the Hirara, but then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Ethan Shin, maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with, and now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas. So they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Era 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout out to Era 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle. And I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth, because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
At 4 Val, though, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What do you see?
Yeah. Hirara banned out.
And that means they can't use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They banned on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mana, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very, very tough. They ban out the Phobia, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mana. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora, though, is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora. See, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against Assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go Assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be Assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is Broken Walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 44 pilots this because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand, but the Valentina quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh no, they just go for the, obviously, just the winning matchup and
just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Mana could still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zeke, Nako. Obviously, two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace. How do you feel about this, LaFell? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously, going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons Mana was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons Meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on, a signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons Meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was going to be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're going to have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like a, are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting, because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flash of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say, because the Flash of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around, and Vamos were leaving the... Yeah, okay, so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now, Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane? Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were going to get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good. Seen a few in-ranked games, but yeah, honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult of Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the link doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the link. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well, as game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game too from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFoe's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zcreef. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, you know, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll, but Error 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero, and that's sort of a risk in itself. But, you know, in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like LaFell said, you know, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyette. First blood instantaneously. Arrow 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but you know, we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, like, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne of Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Hawkwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Arrow 4-4 thinking about it. Oh, the getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyette's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So Turtle secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natco is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the get away from me coming in from Natco. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah, he is. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natco again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons men kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natco can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his like flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyet or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons men also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, you know, now that's come through twice. And, you know, most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minuan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, and let's say he's, oh, hold on, bottom?
Yep, this is guaranteed kill here. Natco tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. You know, I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natco, so good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood, even though he had some heal, it's just not good enough with the Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Natco gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Somebody getting dove by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuphead secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natco's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, you know, as we look at the replay by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natco just revived, dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in Game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Natco in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting Purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be Purify, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with the quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano is able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, you know, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, you know, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest of Blades, they've already thrown out some good abilities, and a combo Boyet, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the backline. Throne of Ruin does not connect, and Zeke, he knows he's done for. Gets the heal just in time, and now Saban there for need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them off, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natco's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. We're talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took them to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Arrow 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this, look at this, look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front to back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyette.
Oh no, the flank, it's good. Sano's trying, no Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Sabah trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Arrow 404 needs to make the difference. Way the dragon already kicked, and the Terrify as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Nako needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa. Throw the Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill him off? 1 HP! And Sanji gets Natko.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than that would have been, but still. What a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons Mena.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4K, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're gonna throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Arrow 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh man, it's gonna be Bruiser, Harley, and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Arrow 404 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first. Considering the positions of Falcons, like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
Probably is, for some odd reason, right? So Lord secured, it's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons Mena can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to go ahead and clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base, is this a composition to actually capitalize on that?
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano, but that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nakto's head. Throw the rune onto 4 straight into the descent of Valkyries, and now the backline's getting attacked. Arrow 4-4 looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Suppot.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my
goodness. With the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know, there is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong in both.
Yeah, right now too. Lord was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Mena that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective is where they want to go ahead and focus on. A winner crown is picked up. Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job on the Alice, man. He's been able to set up Troll again on the hunt.
Oh, man, they find an insta-kill, and Nako just disappears into dust. His Clockwind is the only damage there next to the Bladed Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Arrow 4-4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay, choke out what you can, continue to find Natko. Vamos has to do something about this. They can't just let Troll continue on coming off from that backside and then just kicking Natko. When you lose your gold laner like that, your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there. But man, losing the Melissa, especially if you're supposed to be popping out all of that damage in these team fights, it's a big problem to deal with. And Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even expect him, he's just giving an information like this to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got to bring those phones closer to their eyes, unfortunately. It's really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like just a moving shadow. Arrow 4-4 losing 50% of his HP. Not great. He needs to heal back up by auto-attacking.
Oh, they want to blitz.
Oh, here comes Throne Ruin. They want Blade Tempest already comes up, and they called it with a flicker. Arrow 4 does fine, at least the Lord, but Nako, he's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem, and Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockwood, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeep or Clockwood as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Falcons meta just kind of got scrambled around with trying to keep tabs on Arrow 404, or, that's the nature of having the Ling, but then this was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision to go for it. That Go-Ami was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just, he is force-feeding him water, but luckily he's still Hey, look, there's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeep, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. They're going to go for this mid-turret.
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no, but the back line getting attacked already. Zkeep is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Bladed Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyet down to the ground, and they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Oh, it's only Troll trying to clear out the waves. He kicks Arrow 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do off that.
Truly nothing, and that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes, it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons meta. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases again where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably, in the past couple weeks that we've seen the Ling come through, this is the most deadly Ling we've seen.
Oh yeah, no, this is standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good, but on the opposite.
Berarti tim Falcon Mena turun ke lower bracket, yang mana ya? Gak tau lah juaranya apa, tapi mungkinan ke ini deh. Nanti tim Falcon lawan ke Neta Gaming nih. Neta Gaming enggak lawan ini, antara ini nih. Kan beda ini ya, beda ini. Berarti ngaduknya itu tim Falcon PH melawan Quantum Gaming. Lawan tim Cina ini. Nanti lawan tim Cina. Berapa persen untuk lawan sih?
In the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Error 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game, because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna, and you looked very stressed. You looked very tense. Now that you won your opening match in MSC with a 2-0 clean sweep, how are we feeling?
I feel very relieved because we got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game. We saw that in your opening match, you picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think we got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started practicing it, and we use it today. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling. How are we feeling about the Assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an Assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm an Assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Ooh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Error 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing clean sweep match. Throwing it back to you guys.
It's my time to show my heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcons meta, because there's something that they just could not compete in that win. Unkillable was the Assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcons meta. Mirko, Lefel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92% vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Arrow 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for
MM.
Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating, because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here, where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Arrow 404 pilot that lane, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well. We see tank junglers like the Gwyn, it works out well. And then you see the link, and then after that first match, that's the best way to open up MSC, because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is going to look so good.
And you got to remember, you know, it was a Fanny and a Hirara banned out. So already 2 Assassins banned out. Then we see the Link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick, and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell, and I was already disappointed, because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. You're not really, but I play the hero a lot. But then we look at the game again, and we see the build path, and it's different. It's no longer just the 3-item power spike of attack speed. Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed, but I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into Crit. So I don't know if in this case they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case. But again, if you go Crit, if you go Flicker, Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see, because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change, because, you know,
maybe
there are some human errors. But I feel like after that game, maybe Coach Valdo is talking and is like, that was fine, but against other teams, we might get punished. So let's remind ourselves to change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now the interview with Boyet, it strikes us a bit different. Now it's like, yo, you didn't have enough practice. So if you didn't scrim too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora, the Melissa, it definitely messed with them.
And when you know you're getting kind of beat in the macro and kind of the decisions before the game, you're kind of like, wow, wait, are we ready for this? And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit, and get ready for their next match. Good thing is we still have more games for Team Falcons Meta. They're not out yet, but it's a great start for Team Vamos as they take the 2-0. Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming. Well, you thought it was 92% to 8% that Guangzhou Gaming would take the win over Team Falcons. And of course, Falcons in that 92 percentile. We'll see if that is going to happen as we come up with that as our next match. Of course, Vitalty Rippers and Team Spirit Ignite closing out our day as well.
I mean, like, I'm with the crowd for saying 92% for Team Falcons Field.
I agree.
Let's just say they are one of the champions to win it all. I want to see how with this as a matter here, Kyle will perform, because that's also back in 2024, one reasons why they made it all the way to the grand finals.
I'm just so excited to see Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man. I am so excited, seriously.
It is going to be fun. It already was very fun. And if you've got that right, we want to know. And especially if you want to see if you can get it right next time, join the 92, join the 8, see if you're right. Check out our tournament pick'ems, esportsworldcup.com/play. Scan the QR code. You can let us know if you know who is going to perform in these upcoming games. Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game.
Melawan Guangzhou Gaming.
Salah satu yang mainin makro juga kan. Kita bisa ambil contoh kayak Freya-nya lagi di atas gitu kan. Jadi
dalam waktu kurun 15 menit, tapi bisa mungkin dipercepat tuh 10 menit lagi. Ya, tapi nggak tahu deh. Kayaknya keep. Mungkin nanti bakal dipercepat ya. Mungkin bakal dipercepat deh.
Berarti keputusan dari
kira bakal cepat
bukan keputusan Freya sih, emang keputusan mereka akan bikin
karena mereka ada bocor
ya, jadi mereka gak terlalu satu suara buat tim Vitalty.
Tapi worth lah so far ya.
Cepat waktunya.
Tapi di sini Malaysia selamat deh yang sini.
Nah, itu dia masalahnya. Jadi kayak mungkin emang
ibarat ya Falcon PH gak udah pasti
telat dikit. Dan nggak ada yang bisa
lagi
itu sih poin terpentingnya.
Bisa balik lagi ke mata.
Itu bisa banget.
Kok Lordnya mati seperti gitu.
Kok tiba-tiba kritikalnya sakit gitu loh.
Apalagi begitu
dengan Pascal dan juga Berserker. Ya, Lem tuh apalagi di level 15 kan Vince Point-nya berarti level maksimal. Itu kayak semua hitnya kritikal.
Sakit.
Itu udah siap-siap masuk ke banlist ya abis
ini. Well, setelah menyaksikan match pertama pasti kalian makin fokus nih ya untuk nontonin MSC at EWC. Untuk saat ini kalian punya kesempatan untuk memberikan suara. Langsung aja scan barcode yang ada di sini, kasih tahu pengalaman kalian menyaksikan MSC at EWC atau the whole EWC. Misalnya kalian kepengen tambahin gamenya dong, atau tambahin dong buy one versus siapa gitu, atau apapun itu kalian kepengen mau dong apa?
Adain dong di Indonesia.
Boleh. Itu juga salah satu dong survei dong Bude.
Boleh.
Iya.
Adain dong.
Bekasi gitu.
Wow.
Kan Indonesia dong.
Iya bener sih.
Mirip sih sama Paris kan ada segitiganya.
Iya.
Bener. Setuju tuh.
Siapa tahu. Nextnya bakal ada apa Be?
Ya yang pasti kalau misalkan next match yang paling menariknya adalah kalau kita berbicara soal tim Falcons Filipina juga Bude.
Ya, ketemu
lawan Guangzhou.
Falcons yang berbeda ini ya.
Falcons juga sih.
Iya. Dan ada Guangzhou juga, jadi kedua tim akan bertemu di match yang kedua. Jangan kemana-mana karena kita akan membedah setelah yang satu ini.
Kita lagi time, jadi ya masih nunggu.
With all of our YouTube and Twitch official channels. You can also become a co-streamer and join in on the action. If you want to do so, make sure to check it out and go to our creator program, which will allow you to not only earn some cool prizes, but also help to build an audience with the great content that is available here to be put on Showcase. So if you're ready to join, check out that QR code, scan it with your phone, and become a co-streamer. We'd love to have you as well. And if you just want to watch that's okay too. You know, if you want. But hey, we'd love to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got Team Falcons yet again, this time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just some initial thoughts on what it looks like to see Team Falcons after missing all of the international events last year, finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, you know, they fixed a lot of the errors. They invigorated the roster as well coming into this. I think Team Falcons PH are looking very, very strong coming into this. Yes, they did lose in the grand finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I really feel like Team Falcons PH has what it takes to do what they did in the past. MSC 2024, the first time at EWC, they made it all the way to the grand finals.
Something that I do have to say, where I feel like I talk about this backstage, it kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the grand finalists are the same. And that's why for Falcons PH, that's where I'm like, wait, hold on. This is looking like familiar territory for them. So I'm actually looking forward for Team Falcons PH to be surprisingly, unsurprisingly good here.
So same finals, but a different champion this time in MWI. So Falcons, SRG, and Falcons winning this time?
No.
Is that the script?
Is that the script? Hold on.
Malaysian man.
I mean, like, it went all 7 games, and at the final game, you know, the $1 million pick happened. We'll see if that happens again.
I mean, there's $1 million on the line here as well, so anything can happen. Falcons PH about to take the stage. This roster filled with great players who want to make their mark here, especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But for the 92% favorites from your votes in the chat, it's time to hear from Flap as we got a chance to catch up with him prior to the start of the set.
We're now here with one of my favorite EXP laners. It's Flap. Welcome back.
Hello, guys.
How's Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Did you like the food? Did you like the hotel? Everything okay for you?
Yeah. This is the best.
Oh, this is the best. And we are with one of the best, right? So, Flap, we haven't seen you in quite some time. I think the last time we saw you on an international stage was MSC 2024 runner-ups. What's different for you this time around?
The difference is that I'm more hungry to win this championship.
But you had breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, you know, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
We just trained in the hotel. Yeah.
Train in the
That's
hotel?
pretty much it.
Anything else so you do specific to Guangzhou Gaming that we should know about?
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yes. They're ready. We're ready as well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much. Over, back to you.
Flap, a 2-time M-Series world champion, M2 and M5. He's got to play a big role in today. Mirko, Falcons are going to do well.
Absolutely. He's crucial to Falcons winning. And I just, what the heck? You might be right. What's going on with these players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always like taunts and poses. What?
Eterna's posing some problems.
Hey, you don't know. Eterna behind the
focus.
She's a girl boss. She intimidates.
You know what? She might have just arm wrestled him right before that. With 2 hands as well. And then he was like trying to catch his breath and just get ready to go. I think that could be it.
That could be it.
That could be it, honestly. You guys haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
Yeah, she's strong for a twig.
Oh my gosh, we're having some fun here on the desk. We got plenty of time to talk Falcons, and we got plenty of time to talk Guangzhou as well. As a roster, these guys have been really effective, and obviously coming from China, this is a very important story for them. It is their first international event this year, and I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for them to not only be a hope for China, but also to be starting a path which they hope to finish as they improve as a roster. We had a chance to catch up with May again, so hopefully he can get some words down with Wolf and Eterna.
Eterna here with Team Captain May, and of course we do have Wolf here to help translate this coming into this next matchup. So first and foremost, what was your reaction coming into this, knowing that you are going to be up against Team Falcon first?
哦，我是挺开心的，因为能对阵世界冠军菲律宾的世界冠军，而且他们的教练其中之一是我们 GJG 之前的 coach。
He said that he's happy and he's glad that he's able to go against Falcons, knowing that the former coach of Guangzhou Gaming before was is currently a coach of Falcons, which is Coach Ren.
Okay, so they used to coach you. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Ren?
Yeah, Coach Ren.
You have a message?
我希望比赛能互相发挥好吧，就是我很珍惜这次对战。
He said he wishing good luck to both teams.
Okay, wishing good luck. And you know, speaking of Filipino people, you also have a Filipino player on your team, right? You have Sai. Did Sai mention anything to, you know, beat the Filipino team Falcons?
希望不是对面人嘛？他问这是希望有没有说啥？就想打一个人或者啥？
他说他想赢 Super Marco。
He said that he wants to defeat Super Marco.
Oh, okay. So he just personally wants to defeat Super Marco. Fair enough, fair enough. You're going to get that matchup later on. And of course, as team captain, what are you going to say to your fellow teammates before this next matchup?
你作为队长，你有没有什么想跟你自己队友说的？
我觉得就放轻松一点打吧，因为比赛有很多。
He said that he's just chill and enjoy the game, just knowing that there are going to be a lot of competitions.
Okay, so we can feel confidence, we can feel, you know, chillness coming in from this team. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing it back to you.
I think he passed the Eterna test. I don't know about you guys. I think he did well. But maybe that's because of the translation that had to occur.
He has a friend, yeah.
Gave him a chance, and he had a buddy nearby. All jokes aside, there's no jokes in this matchup. There's a very few tougher opponents that Guangzhou Gaming could face in an opening matchup than the Filipino Titans of Team Falcons PH. But if they are going to prove that they deserve to be on this global stage at this level and that they can make a run, Mirko, some would say this is the type of team they have to beat.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we got to see a glimpse of what Guangzhou Gaming had in their arsenal at M7 wildcard, and they were the favorites to actually win it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but they stole the show a couple of times. Modi, fan favorite of the chat. Everybody loves Modi in the chat. He's amazing on these playmakers in the XP, and I feel like him and Maze, they're going to have to work double time here if they want to get a win against Falcons PH.
LaFell, what's the most important matchup here? Is it Modi and Flap in that EXP lane? What do you think is the need for this game's focus to be on in terms of who wins or who loses this matchup?
I mean, it does look like this is the meta where we're going to be looking at the EXP as well as the jungle here, because here's a general rule for Mobile Legends. If your EXP is losing, your jungler is losing as well, because your EXP laner really opens up the map. And when the map is open, your jungler can get a lot of farm. And by proxy, you're making the other jungler weaker time by time and time again. So yes, Modi is an excellent player, but Flap, man, two-time M Series champion. Like, that guy is an icon in Legacy. The EXP. If somehow Modi can take down Flap, now that's the bigger statement. Like, that's one of the things where even if you lose, it's fine. You can say you beat Flat.
And that's also, I think, the different stages of where these teams are at. So many of the players on Falcons have trophies in their trophy cabinet. Yep. It's kind of completing the cabinet now with MSC, because this is one of those trophies that many of the players do not have, right?
Yeah, not gonna lie, a bit annoying.
A bit annoying?
A bit annoying. They have so many trophies. Could, you know, like
give us some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would like for them to share, but it's okay, because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
That's why they still have to beat Vitality. They haven't done that.
Yes, you're right.
Yep.
Vitality champions for sure this one.
Undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M Series across 7 years.
Never lost a single game.
Never.
Wow. Well, and the hometown org at this point, with Paris being the home of this MSC. I mean, and that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and having the privilege to speak to you guys about the importance of this tournament. One of the things that was echoed was the fact that this is in Paris now. It wasn't always global. And the fact that it is, it adds even more to the importance and the impact of winning.
Absolutely. I think you heard from the players as well, man. They feel like it's the best. Flapteasy literally said it's the best because, man, I think for them, it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here, and to compete here at the biggest stage for MLBB in front of the world, in front of millions of people watching. That's the dream. And for Flap, that's why he's hungrier than ever.
And speaking of Team Vitality, speaking of Na'Vi, speaking of Team AG, and all of those orgs, they're playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the club championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on how things are faring so far.
2 weeks of competition have passed here at EWC, and the Cup Championship is well underway. And well, as you can see from behind me, the totem is starting to fill up. Still plenty of games still to go. None other, of course, than MLBB, the MSC, currently ongoing. So that should be interesting as we do continue on. That's what you guys are all here for. Irrelevant of that, though, we do have an update of how things have been working out across the board the past couple of weeks. Right now, it is Na'Vi who are leading the Club Championship with 1,750 points, but they're only competing in one game this week. Vitality, however, who are currently second, only 300 points behind, are competing in all 4 games. So that's a massive moment for them to potentially catch up and see if they can do something about it. Falcons are another team who we have been talking about plenty, currently only sitting on 600 points, but also competing in all 4 games this week. A really interesting one, actually, that they are competing in, a wild card that came through for Falcons through the qualification stages to get here and play in EAFC is MS Desari, one of the owners of Team Falcons, formerly a FIFA World Champion, of course. He's going to be going through it and see what he can do when things do come down to it. Let's see how he can do at EFC. That's a hell of a story to continue with. But yeah, I'll be giving you updates across the Club Championship throughout the rest of the week.
Thanks a bunch, Chris, and also reminding us all that Falcons are back-to-back winners of the Club Championship. We'll see a new Club Championship winner this year. We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now, as we head back to MSC, on the desk, Mirko, as we preview this lineup, what to you stands out as the biggest narrative? Again, we've talked about Falcons being winners. We've talked about, you know, them representing the Philippines. We've also talked about the story with Guangzhou Gaming. What rings the most important here in game 1?
I think it comes to just understanding the meta right now.
Both teams.
Both teams. I think it comes down to understanding the meta. We saw earlier a big contrast of one team really pushing all of it, you know, all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well into the stage, and the other playing it very conservative, playing it with the old picks. So right now, I think it comes down to who has adjusted better, Falcons PH or Guangzhou Gaming.
And you mentioned that the coach of previously Guangzhou Gaming is now the coach for Team Falcons, Vren. How does that play into maybe feeling comfortable, LaFell, that they kind of know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling that they know some of their opponents?
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure, because at this point, they know the identity of Guangzhou Gaming, and that's also the other thing. Like, meta is very important, but you cannot stray too far away from your own identity, because you might end up making mistakes just because you're breaking out of your habits. There are some habits that's good for you to break out of, but some of them is so drastic to the point where you're getting out of character, your passion is not there, and your decision-making might be the worst. So for Guangzhou Gaming, I do believe they need to follow the meta, because if not, they're going to get stomped. But at the same time, you got to follow your identity. We're so far coming in from the China region, it's all about that gold lane. They try to make the gold lane the strong lane. We'll see if they can do that.
And that is going to be difficult from what I just saw. I mean, with Error 404 dominating the game like that, you can just see that Assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, especially when Kyle Teasy's on that lane, that Fanny, any of Assassins that he can get his hands on. Again, we saw Fanny and Hirara banned. If we see a Hirara game, it's going to be ridiculous. But also, though, I'm glad that we got to see the Minotaur in game number 1, because if it wasn't for that, I think May is going to hesitate a bit on that pick. It is a pick that they've actually found a lot of comfort with, playing it a lot in the M7 qualifiers for the Chinese teams. And coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have. Play around team fights.
Yep. By the way, I gotta say, Mirko as well as Rain, this is gonna be our second match, but I'm already seeing that the bans are gonna be something the coaches are gonna have trouble with, because now with the Assassins coming up, a lot of Assassins has to be respect banned, and that will become a problem. When you know a team can't use these certain Assassins, there's gonna be a big difference when it comes to the bans here, where certain teams like Vamos, like Falcons, maybe even Team Liquid, making it so that they're gonna win the draft just by proxy of a threat that's not even there just yet.
The winner of this match will face off against Team Vitality versus True Rippers, our next match's winner, while the loser will face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A and for Group B. So that will be maybe different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine these groups. No, it's going to be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here, are going to be playing against other Group A opponents. So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially if you're one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be waiting in the wings like Team Falcons Mena previously against Team Vamos. Guys, I just got to say, predictions. Do you think Falcons is taking this one to start off?
Yes.
They're coming in stronger?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Is there any...
Pretty confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou's going to steal it, what do they have to do? Quick thought. Is it just get a better draft?
They got to shut down Kyle.
Is it overperform?
But that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Ogren, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons PH in our Game 2.
Yes, my friends, that is the setup for our second matchup for today. But first up, quick recap, right? We have two dark horses to open things up for our matches here, Rose, at MSC. And happy for Vamos. They got it in.
Yes, indeed. Hala Vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-2. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a fight between a giant and newcomers in there. I can't wait to get this one started.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Falcons Philippines. The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the grand finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their back, but of course, no game is complete with only one team. Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As a rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear. Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers for them to fear.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys. Please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts. And we'll see it. They're gonna go to the middle and well, the handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server it looks different. Let's send them then to our desk to get our game started.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. Man, it's fun green room with those two. Some great talent and some great games starting us off here for MLBB, MSC in Paris, France. 16 of the best teams in the world vying for that $1 million prize pool. Now it's time for China to see what they can do against some of the all-stars of the Philippines representing Team Falcons in our second series of 4 for today. As we kick off the draft, we've got Mirko and Lafell with me. And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, you guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that they can get the job done. They're going to have to do something in this draft to surprise Falcons.
Look at him, he's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now, I do have to say, if you're new to MLBB, one of the reasons why I feel Falcons Philippines will win this one is, in the current meta, if you lose the first 2 minutes of the game, it's actually very hard to come back into the game just by how the jungle has changed in terms of the values and everything like that. And Falcons Philippines have, I would say, all across the board, one of the best laners in every lane. Flap is amazing in the EXP. Super Marco is amazing in the gold. And it makes it so that winning those lanes is going to be very difficult. And I'm just worried if Falcons just wins the first turtle fight, and then they just start controlling the jungle, and then it just becomes an unfair battle.
Yeah. I'm a fan of that up until, I think, like a point that I want to talk about would be, I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire game. We saw it earlier as well for Falcons versus Valmo, so I think we push it back to maybe 6. I think around Turtle 2, whoever gets that, whoever gets snowballing from there, then it gets really tough to come back. But even then, I'm not too sure, because we've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a weird, off-meta assassin in the Harley against a meta assassin. I want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny versus Hirara, Hirara versus Ling, or heck, even a Nolan, right? Because then I'd say there's going to be a lot of room for comebacks.
I'm just thinking that we won't be seeing the Fanny. Like, unless...
Yeah, probably not.
Unless the jungler is, at best, a B tier at Fanny, I don't see the Fanny letting out of the bans.
How common is it, as we take a look at the map reveal, hold that question for the draft? Will it be another broken walls? Or will we get a mix-up? It's expanding river this time around. LaFell, your thoughts on finally a new map here?
Yeah, expanding rivers make it so that winning in the lanes is going to be that much more important, making it so that you can go to the neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord much, much faster. So now the lane matchups gets even more punishing, honestly.
So if you're winning lane, you have even more access to the jungle, basically. You can snowball that.
Can rotate around very, very quickly. So I guess we'll find out again what picks get picked up for both the teams here.
Very interesting here. Looks like Falcons is going to be the first pick, betting out the Belleric as well as the Claude. So this looks like they got a lot of information going up against Guangzhou Gaming, and I guess that's good for them considering the old coach from Guangzhou went over to Falcon. So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks. We just got to ban the picks that you know how to play.
Talk to me about the Eudora. You were excited about that. You got a little inside info on that. I'm not knowing where it came from. I'm not like teasing you about it and saying reveal, but clearly has been an impact. 2 picks already. You've seen her in every game. You expect to see her here?
I think so. If both teams are planning to go for Assassins, it's great to night pick. That's number 1 against the Assassins, but it's also very good against the Assassins, right? You can lock her down. So the Atlas gets banned out there. Final ban. I think we will see more Eudoras. Maybe not first pick, though. I think first pick here. Oh, Hirara got banned. Fanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that it finally gets open here would be like the Phobius Jusin. So I'm thinking maybe those 2 for Falcons for first pick.
Personally, for me, I feel like the Zushin is still a pretty strong pick, but considering how many dashes, the amount of mobility in this game, it's not a great time for the Zushin. So that's why I'm not gonna see a lot of it. Ling first pick here. We gotta see Eudora. If not, this Ling is gonna be so free.
Yeah, Eudora Phobius could be the answer, but they go Esmeralda. Esmeralda Eudora?
Yeah, I think they just want to win the lane, picking out the Esmeralda. Quite good in the lane, but is not an answer towards the lane. So a little bit of disconnect here where unless they win the EXP so hard, you start controlling the jungle, it's going to be pretty difficult. And a very early Harif where, again, coming from the region of China, they do like their gold laners. But my worry is, if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harif here, they're not having any crowd control for this lane. I don't even think they have enough burst damage for the first 12 to 13 minutes of the game to deal with the lane.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
I'd say yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, the Eudora,
just to deny it on the other side?
It's great on the deny, but it's also great with your assassin, right? Because usually when you're on the Ling or any other assassins, you need a bit of burst damage, and bro, give me some time, friend. I was gonna get to the Brody.
You gotta get your points in,
I'm sorry, man. I was answering the Eudora pick.
I know. That was me. I messed you up. I messed you up. You would have said
it. Okay. Harith Esmeralda gets picked up. This is the question on the Falcons roster. We know at M5 they play strong side gold lane so well, and this is what we've been talking about as well, the Brody pick and the Dyrod. So you have physical shred, and then you have double carries on physical damage.
Bursty as well.
Oh my god.
I gotta say, Ray and Mirko, we're on track for 90 unique hero picks at MSC, because we're already second match, and we're seeing a lot of new picks here. Guangzhou Gaming goes with the Hilda. Good and bad here. The Hilda should be good to pressure the Ling, but going up against a Dyrod. Dyrod likes it when you have a lot of armor, because there's so much that he can take away. And at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
And it's a winning matchup. I've been saying this from MWI. We've been seeing an MWI CC to answer the Esmeralda, where in reality, for me, I'm like, where's the Dyrod, right? This guy just got buffed. My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's gonna find a lot of difficulties walking up.
It's not great.
Your physical defense gets shredded, and you have 2 bursts right there with you.
And you're talking about win conditions. The Dairoth and the Ling, both 2 characters that feel like if they get going, it's going to be hard to stop them. So a lot of...
All 3 of them, honestly.
Yeah. And then the Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking away another burst damage hero.
I gotta say, this is one of those games where Falcons can end it very easily because Brody is one of those heroes back in the day is just a turret destroyer.
Got a world championship skin.
Yeah, world championship skin. Like, here's the thing. The moment your eyes are on lane, you're like, this is a problem. We gotta, wait, where's our turrets? Wait, why is he in base? Wait, did the game just end?
10 minutes?
Too many things to focus on.
I gotta say, Brody is gonna steal so much turrets. The Link can steal so much turrets. This is already a nightmare in terms of micro, but more importantly, the macro. Like, there's so much magic gonna happen in this game.
So you mentioned Moskov. Is the answer something that's global, something that can help on those rotations when you have someone pushing the lane and you need to get over there quickly?
That's why it would have been a better pick over the Harith, really, because like I see why they want for it. Again, Guangzhou Gaming, they're known for team fighting, but they needed something to answer the side lanes. If you know Falcons, they're definitely going to try to play those side lanes. They're definitely going to play for lane dominance, and they got it on every single lane. XP, it's a winning matchup. Gold lane, it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
Rain, I gotta say, for everyone that's not super familiar with the MLBB draft, this is very uninteractive, where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you only go for rock. You don't change the paper, you don't change the scissors.
And you'll win a little bit of the time, but in a best of 3, when an opponent's knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
I don't think Zushin is the answer. Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for the Gord Kalea, right? Like, you already reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harith. You have that range to bully the juice in lane. And it's an answer to Esme as well with the Shred.
So my question is this. You have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock. How do you salvage this draft? How do you get the win condition? Because Guangzhou needs something that they're going to be able to rely on.
Right now, their biggest problem is early game damage. Like, it's weird to say, the most damage that we'll see in the early game is their roam, is their tank. And sometimes it's enough, but most of the time, it's not. Now they have a Lilia as well as the Glue. They already have a damage problem. Now it's worse because the Glue cannot die, and Lilia level 2 can take down basically everyone from Guangzhou, so this is a mismatch in draft.
I thought they would take the easy road of just Gord and Kalea. Instead, they read past the pick. They know Guangzhou Gaming only have a utility jungle left in their arsenal, and they go for Lilia, someone that can stay in the mid lane, independent, bullying both, while the Glue roams everywhere.
Mirko, this is the kind of draft that, in my eyes, creates despair. Like, the more you look at it, the more you fight against it, as the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a draft that will make you feel very sad.
And now it's forced the Nolan pick out of Guangzhou Gaming. Nolan, notoriously horrible pick against a Ling, and especially a Brody that can kiss you.
Dairoth versus Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Flap and Modi. That Dairoth looking to cause havoc, but if it doesn't, well, they've got the Ling as well. 4 new heroes picked up to add to our unique hero total for this tournament already. Series 2 starting off with a bang. We'll see if it's China or if it's the Philippines who can take game 1.
Thank you so much. We head on into the land of Dawn, and we're excited to see how this game is going to be played out, because for the first time in a long time, I have never been so confident in Falcons just cleaning up kills. They have so many ways to clean up fights, but it's all up to Haji and Kyle to make things happen.
And I, for one, am pretty sure that they can accomplish just that. Team Falcons and their mechanics, no doubt, they could carry that out, but Guangzhou Gaming, they forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most aggressive in the early game.
And this is the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody, there is no particular winning matchup, right? Especially in those side lanes, unless they find a big mistake. So they do need the extra bit of support. Guangzhou, especially for Mei and Xing, all they gotta do is maintain control of mid, and it's gonna be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
Yeah, at the very least, they're holding down Mei in mid, so he's not able to really get out of there as as much and go into Kyle's jungle. But that's a lot of pressure already on their mid duo.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Guangzhou, right? That's already 2 big battle spells out super early on, and now they can start going for the invades. Look, Kyle is just taking so much damage from Mei.
Never mind. I just said Mei couldn't just really go straight into Kyle because of what Haji and Ogwen were doing, but with the amount of support that they've been providing one another, with this rotation you've seen firsthand from Guangzhou, things to be somewhat favoring their side.
Yep, even the battle spells is also telling us the exact same story. Falcons, they want this early game to be good for them. They want to speed things up right now. CY trying to bait something out as recall is very nearby, but I'm also curious, right? Because from Guangzhou's POV, I would have imagined that they would have gone for like maybe, I don't know, something a little tankier early on. Like now they're stuck with this Nolan. They too have a certain degree of a timer.
Yeah, so maybe that's also why you see them really trying to pick up the pace and make sure that everything goes right in the early game for them, because they somewhat picked up on jungler that also has to keep up, but at least they're holding majority of the positioning here in the turtle so far. Flicker's already forced down! Ogwen actually falls to the hands of Guangzhou as first blood, and it seems to be going all the way over to Guangzhou. It's only Kyle left, and even Kyle doesn't make it out alive. What a start for Guangzhou here.
Zipper, we need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Guangzhou. Like, it is... Ogwen was already looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here as Mei flickers out and baits the entire team into an unwinnable fight with Xing, making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way. With Turtle in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, this is by far a really good start.
I wonder what information and preparation they've done, because again, Guangzhou, you know very little about this team. Even the heroes that they've used in their recent qualifiers don't tell you much about their playstyle. But what has changed? Why have they seemed to adapt so well to the current meta despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons attempted to counter?
Well, I think, you know, it's a lot of research, and I definitely think, you know, the length of the MPL PH definitely played a part of that.
That's true.
Unintentionally, but here, when it comes down to the meta, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament? We need to see that develop throughout. But with the lead that they have, 4-1, I'm expecting Guangzhou to play more reactively, right? Yeah. They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that tournament meta, I feel, is something we won't really get to figure out until maybe day 3 or 4.
I mean, we can speculate.
Because day 1, first 2 matches in series have already shown us so much of the more unorthodox picks already.
Well, is it unorthodox or are they just ahead of the metagame? We won't know until day 2 or 3, but in the meantime, you can see both teams high contention for this mid lane. It's less about the side lanes. The side lanes are kind of independent until we can get the mid trio to move in their direction. Guangzhou going to take that first move as they send supports to the top side.
Yep, at least for Falcons and their sides, they're doing really okay. It's a Brody and a Dairoth, which you pretty much expect to win their lane. And so despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation, but it's already Ogwen here up top, already trying to somewhat provide a bit of help. Does catch Sai, but it's gonna be Ogwen all alone this time. Now he's trapped against 3. Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough burst? That's a Crimson Beacon in and a stun. Guangzhou eventually take him out, and Super Marco looking at the next target, Turnabout Memory, but he doesn't find anyone, but he still survives. Just a bit, it's an outplay. 2 gold laners go down.
No way, no way. All the auto attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the physical damage. It is unfortunately, a magic marksman dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what? Quantum charge, walk away.
Okay, here goes the replay. So he was definitely left all alone there. I think he kind of survived it for a bit longer than we expected him to, but what a play. Even the coaching staff thought it was unbelievable for the second time around. What? Super Marco not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice that the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K or 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay May in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dyroth doing up here to maybe try and help Ogwen and Super Marco? He reveals himself, but all of this is so that Kyle can scale up a little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
Yep, they're at the least maybe trying to slow down a bit and maybe go for the farm, because clearly Guangzhou Gaming have taken charge of the early game, and that's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle, because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but without his ult, that's fine. That means he can't really get in and out as effectively. But when they're rushing it down, that's where it gets scary, and now they look for the opportunity.
That's the flicker from Ogwen. No Crimson Beacon left for XYA, but Recall, he wins out on the objective yet again. Falcons are now trying to go in. Kyle also using the Tempest of Blade. Super Marco joining in the fight, and they already have taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge mistake coming out from GZG. Falcons take advantage of the fact that they were just too close together. 3 people got caught in the snare of the globules. The damage is good coming in from Recall. Oh, Super Marco, is he going to burn to death? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, that was close though. And at least Falcons get a bit more space, because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space, and they had to juggle between switching lanes here and there just so they could really find some more objectives across the map. But even despite losing that objective, and I believe that was the second turtle that Guangzhou have already secured, they've at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that Wishing Lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers like May, who wants to be in his face, or maybe even Modi, who again hasn't really been able to participate as much as we would like to see.
Yep, does run the Vengeance too, so we hopefully do get to see him later on in the team fights, because I feel like that will be a great help to Guangzhou Gaming in terms of actually getting the wins. But Flap, oh no, getting bursted down here by Recall!
Oh, nothing that Flap could do. He flickers a little too late, and honestly, I think a lot of his abilities got cancelled out once he got spun into multiple directions. That being said though, Guangzhou looking to try and take out at least one of these turrets, but they decide not to. They give up on it. They see Ogwen and they're like, not again. Not again.
Nope. This is such a statement you're seeing from Guangzhou, especially Recall. 5-1-2 on the Nolan, when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought it was just some sort of pick that they were forced to pick up, but the Tempest of Blade just being forced out, and now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front of Team Falcons.
Yep, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons, because again, they were the ones who wanted to play for the earlier stages. Yep. Now they're highly dependent on Kyle to finish up a lot of these fights, or at the very least, Ogwen to try and create that space. Because so far, Super Marco, he's not getting as many auto attacks as he would like.
Yep, now they're forced to group up. It's always just Kyle away from the team, and that's the kind of play that they're maybe forced to do at this point. But now it's different. There's an objective that's coming up. So Team Falcons would have to be very, very careful about this. Flap cannot go down first, similar to what has been happening a couple times already in this game.
That's going to be the Malefic gun purchase here. Now Super Marco has the range to start hurting people from afar. Question is, are they going to be able to get into the pit? Because Guangzhou, they've got a really good control around it. Oh!
Gwen goes in, flickers in, but he gets bursted, and now the Salmon Force has a response to from Sai. They're just flushing Falcons out of this Lord Pit, and they're taking control! Black Shoes 2, forced out by Recall. Tempest of Blades, but can they get more? They find May, and that's going to be a 1-for-1.
Not too bad, but the fight's not over just yet. Guangzhou, understand that, hey, all right, we may have stuck a little too close together, but this time around they spread apart instantaneously as soon as they saw Ogwen walking up for a potential engagement. That being said though, at least for GZG, dear lord, where did he go?
How did he know? That was okay. I think Falcons now are
at a much clearer advantage.
Well, they may be at a much clearer advantage, but I don't see this being a free lord just yet. Like, they're going to try for it, and I want to see what the response is going to be. Because for now, CY is in a pretty good position if he can get that Holy Crystal.
Okay, Falcons are starting this objective right now, but Ogwen has a good idea of where majority of them are. Modi jumping in, Kyle securing it with Retribution, and now Falcons want to go in for the fight. Sai already using the Zaman Force, but he gets bursted! It's a double kill for Kyle. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, he tried a little too hard. Modi, unfortunately, making the mistake walking into the fight without the vengeance. And that stun from Super Marco is such an effective tool. If not, at least the mini stuns from both Flap and Ogwen. At this stage, Falcons, based on the items that they have, can really start pressing the advantage when it comes down to structures.
Oh, fortunately, Haji got to quickly press on that black shoes. Mei, though, looking in danger and will go down in the hands of Team Falcons as X-Ying only had to Crimson Beacon out and the Lord is still up.
Yeah, they don't have an answer to Ogwen right now. Blue can kind of do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get one shot, can ruin somebody's day. Ooh, look at the damage! Recall getting blasted from halfway across the map.
And the black shoes are back for Haji if in case Guangzhou actually forced that fight, but they're not really going to do so. They just focused on evening out majority of their resources across the board. That's going to be all outer turrets already taken down, and in the blink of an eye, you're already seeing a 5k gold lead in their hands.
Now, let's talk about how they're getting this, right? Before this, barely nothing. A lot of team fights, keeping it simple, kinda even. GZG, mega lead in terms of kill score, but doesn't have that 5k lead like Falcons have right now with a singular kill. And a lot of this is about time efficiency. With GZG's movements, they're sticking together. Notice, top quadrant, all 5 of them are there. Nobody's dealing with that bot wave. And that's why Falcons' overall macro is more efficient gold-wise in comparison to GZG.
Yep, that's why even if you thought things were kind of slowing down, that was just Falcons playing their game. And now it's going to be Modi bursted by Flap. Now that you see them grouped up, this is exactly how they want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because, again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred specifically from Flap. If Flap and Marco work together, no matter how tanky you are, they're going to cut your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the Malefic gun.
Okay, Conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, Mei! Barely surviving this. Winter Crown already forced out, and the flicker too, but they just want that base turret. Guangzhou are not gonna force the chase.
No, they can't. They can't afford to. Unfortunately for Guangzhou Gaming, until Sai is, I want to say not just the Holy Crystal at this point, because Ogwen is too big of a problem. I'm trying to figure out how can they bait Ogwen out, or at the very least burst them down, both of which not very good ideas considering the priority list.
Because at this point, the only heroes from Guangzhou who maybe can go for some backline plays are just really Recall and Modi, or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco, but will that be worth it? Because at this point, again, the shred you mentioned, the armor just going down as soon as you approach these heroes who could deal massive damage and penetration. And not to mention an objective too coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure that Haji slowed down, but now we're already in the later stages of this game. Slowing Haji down is not possible. He hurts.
Yep. And look at just how well they're guarding majority of the map right now, but Guangzhou are still pushing forward. Recall, though, is about to show himself up top, and that might be enough room for Falcons to be a bit more aggressive with bursting down this objective.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to sell this fight.
Oh, Ogwen and Flap trying to zone out the members as Falcons just secure this objective, but Ogwen still finds one. Do they want to push through with this fight, though? Haji providing the damage, and it's going to be enough. Super Marco's already calling killing spree, and Kyle on the backlines, finding Xing as they take out 3. It's just Modi and Recall. There goes the fracture, but it's gonna be okay.
They've been dancing around and they know they've got an endgame angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with their composition is they don't have the best wave clear. They have to commit a lot of bombs to make it happen.
And now they surprise with yet another flicker, and Modi could not tank the damage anymore. It's gonna be a near wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming as Recall's the only one left. He's trying to defend, but he can't. And Team Falcons with a 10k gold lead, close out game number 1.
That was clean. I gotta admit, there were moments there in the early stages that I was worried for Team Falcons, but they showed their experience every single time. If you're looking for the most efficient map team for Golden EXP, these are the boys you need to look at.
They were untouchable, at least for the first few moments of the game. So much in the mid took place, but we kind of forgot about their sides, and a lot of how this game eventually would pan out revolved around whether or not the sides got the early that they wanted. At least for them, they actually did.
Well, I thought it would be a little bit more, to be fair, because these are like overwhelming odds with the Dairoth as well as Esme, and the patience from at least Haji for taking so much damage from Mei. You can see that in these clips, it's always Mei who's in your face in the early stages of the game, but it didn't tilt them, and they made sure to say, you know what? You're gonna man-to-man defense, we're gonna play your game, we're just gonna play it better.
Yeah, let's just go macro from this point onwards. Everything that they did was macro. And yes, Guangzhou, I think they were winning out big on kills, on team fights, on the smaller advantages on the map, but we don't really see them convert it into much. Like, they didn't really get as much map control afterward. They didn't really get to rotate into or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprised of everything that's happening too, but that, I guess, just goes to show how, interestingly, Falcons just really turned things around in this game.
Yeah, it is great. It is great overall, but the question is, what is going to happen in game number 2? We're going to be throwing it back to the desk and see what they think about this.
Thank you, Gideon Brigida. Great cast on game 1. Falcons, PH find a way to get the win, and it was a win indeed. They dominated later on in that game, but it wasn't domination early on. You saw Guangzhou find a way to kind of surprise them in the beginning, and I think that group style of roaming the map helped them early on, but it started to show up as a weakness in terms of the gold and trying to claw back into that game later on, Rico.
Yeah, it was tempo control, obviously, with Esmeralda again. Early on, the Dairoth had her number, level 1, level 2, but then after that, Modi just constantly cleared out faster, rotated quicker, got that falling star moon set on 3, and unfortunately for Falcons PH, they got caught off guard. But after that, I think it's just signs of an elite team where they're losing early on. They lose out on almost all the objectives, kills as well. At a certain point, it was 2-7 on the scoreboard, but it was only a 900 gold lead for Guangzhou Gaming. So Falcons PH, even though they were losing, they had control over the game.
It never felt like it was an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou. Falcons always seemed like they were in it.
I mean, like, I would say that is something that Guangzhou has to look forward to after this, because it's clear that they do have the mechanics, but how do they extend the lead? That is what makes you into a good team, into a great team. How do you make a 200 goal lead into 2,000, right? So I feel like they got very excited, getting a few kills, especially around those objectives. But one of the clips we saw earlier was how the Harif was willing to die to get the kill over to the Brody. It would have been great, because knowing that Brody was going to recall anyway, right? If he stays, he's going to die. So instead of sacrificing yourself, clear the minions, get the turret, and that's how you extend the lead. So I feel like that's something that Guangzhou have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map, but they just don't have that experience just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 to 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Ogwin caused a lot of thoughts to be centered around him and how he can't believe it, that SpongeBob skin coming in. It's so funny.
Patrick is amazing.
I was like, excuse me? What's going on? That glues me. But obviously caused a lot of attention, and that was one of the game plans. Didn't work out on a few of the dives, but after that, really forced Guangzhou Gaming to play around him.
Yeah, all this game, I feel like Ogwin's is going to play the distracting game, right? He went for the classic itemization, though, of the glowing one and the cursed helmet, and that's why he was so squishy at the start. Every time he went slam, slam, pass, pass, it would either be I get the mount or I die straight up, right? So he ended up being a diversion so that the rest of the team can actually get a few of these picks here and there. And for the most part, it worked out, because Kyle on the Assassin, on the Ling, was sent into these side lanes to farm up so well. That was also one of the reasons why they were able to keep the gold lead from skyrocketing away from Guangzhou Gaming.
How much of this is just a style? Because, you know, we had Gideon break down why this gold lead was starting to happen, and he was pointing out that that side lane was not being farmed, and that Guangzhou were just grouping up. They wanted to take fights like that. They wanted to roam all 5 on all sides of the map. Is that something they can afford to do against Falcons?
Honestly, no. I feel like you can split the map. Maybe you go for a 3-2 formation, because we saw wherever...
This is a song about a legend. She's the quiet.
There was few ganks onto Flap where I feel like, okay, you got Flap, And now what, right? You gotta either control the jungle or get those objectives. So I feel like that's just something that you have to understand, right? You know that recall can give you the advantage. So what are you going to do with that advantage? Because against a team like Falcons PH, Liquid, SRG, even Vamos, if you give them time, especially up against a Ling, once Kyle got that Blade of Despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the Ling was just too much for them to handle.
You have to, again, remember that that's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right? Very unorthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because you already have physical shred, you already have consistent damage from the Tyroth, and then the Brody, and then the Lilia as well. So it was just a mix of damage constantly going at it. He just wanted to go for those last hits, and that's why a couple of times you saw some surprise moments where I think Xing just got blink completely taken out with just one ability, one Defiant Blade. So it's the small things. And I agree, there were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. Mei dove in, lost, died there, and completely lost control on the map.
You know, another star, I think, moment, or had a couple of moments from Guangzhou Gaming was Nolan. Nolan actually had a pretty good, he was 5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base, tried to make something happen, but couldn't, LaFell. You know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's strategy if they want to win this.
I gotta say, so far, looking at that previous game, the draft might change how this will look like, but it does seem that if there's anything that Guangzhou wants to exploit, it's the front lines. Take down Ogwen as well as take down Flap. Because the thing is, once those are gone, you should hope that the discipline for Falcons PH to respect the damage coming in and not force a defense. Try to use that, because in that earlier fight, I just don't like them sacrificing themselves for nothing.
Yeah, I agree. The sacrifices definitely, they got to fix a lot of those. But I think going back to the Nolan pick, I feel like in this position, it doesn't matter how well the Nolan plays at the end of the day. Because that pick in itself was already forced out, right? We saw all the assassins banned out. Fanny Hirara in the first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the Glue, and shredded down by the Tyroth, or you go for an assassin, which can clear fast, can get an early snowball, but will ultimately amount to nothing. Because again, in that game, Nolan, you're up against a Lilia, Black Shoes instantly. You're up against a Brody that can stun you and lock you down. And then a Ling who literally is the counter to the Nolan. It's tough.
Day late and a dollar short sometimes for that last pick. And I think obviously Guangzhou Gaming trying to pull out, it could be a rabbit out of the hat. They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons, because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up like we know they can on this global stage. MSC looking for one winner for that $1 million prize pool. Falcons on their way to be it. One more win that will put themselves in a strong position in this group with a 2-0 start. But of course, Guangzhou Gaming trying to come back and claw their way to make it a best of 3 and force that final third game. LaFell, more of what Falcons have done seem to be probably the plan for game 2.
I don't know if Mirko agrees, but I was hoping for much more coming in from Falcons here, because yes, they win, but even as analysts, we're like,
interesting.
It's not going to be enough just yet, because you got to look at this tournament as a whole. Guangzhou Gaming, they've shown that they are strong, but there are some games you need a statement game to show that you are far above and beyond the competition for you to go to the grand finals. Because at this point, it's not about beating Guangzhou, it's about getting that momentum, that tempo, for you to make it all the way to the grand finals. And I hope this is kind of like a wake-up call to be like, okay, there's mistakes here, 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 and here. We got to fix this before we get to the grand finals. Because personally for me, I want to see a bit more coming in from Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from. I agree to a certain extent, but I think just going off of the experience of all these teams, you know, Falcons, PH, TLPH, just the Filipino teams in general, there are so many times where in a tournament they would look weak early on, but then they would just adapt and improve as time passes by and as the tournament goes around. So I think that's another, this should be another example of that. Falcons PH, TLPH, all the teams, I think here in their first day will still be kind of like reading out and gauging out what the meta really is, and they'll still be going for weirder picks. And then later on, we'll have a much more, we'll have a better understanding on the meta.
Same as Navi in MWI. But yeah, I feel like in terms of the meta, I think it's flexible. True. It's really just about, I guess, the micro and macro, knowing when to go in and out, because Dyrov is not a hero that's in the meta a lot, so
true.
it's one of those where you kind of punish yourself.
You know, interestingly enough, a lot of MOBAs have this sense of one really strong counter pick that's like you can't deal anything with. That could change your entire game. Do you feel that that's available, at least in this meta right now, where you could see a lineup come out like Falcons PH, and you see a last pick or two last picks from a team like Guangzhou Gaming, they go, oh wow, we can't deal with that. We got 5 good heroes, but we cannot deal with those 2 once they get going? Or is it more of the fact that you're kind of needing to draft this lineup that sets up you to be successful from the very beginning, and then having members of that final pick complement it?
Yeah. I think it's possible that one pick can just be like, all right, we're done. But that's a very rare case, especially on an international stage.
Yeah,
so
okay.
where we'll have that would be usually in the laning phase, right?
Yeah.
Like the Dyrov against Esmeralda. But then that's where the others come in and help her out.
And I imagine that's because, again, this is a much faster game. When it comes to MOBAs that can last over an hour, we had Dota 2 on the stage, right, just last week. It's a different pacing, it's a different timing, it's a different scale. When you're here, you need the tempo, you need to be available in those first 5 minutes, those first 10 minutes, because those turtles, that Lord, it's gonna maybe change and secure your victory right away.
Though I gotta say, here in the Mobile Legends ecosystem, we have another thing to consider. It's not sometimes just one hero. Sometimes just the draft does not have the answer against the composition that opponent has. For example, we've had teams draft a no crowd control kind of draft where you're going up against a lot of fast moving assassin, mages, marksmen, and they're like, how are you going to stop that? How are you going to... They're just dancing around, and there's literally nothing you can do. We've had teams where they have so much crowd control, but 0 damage, so you're just fighting for 2 to 3 minutes, and nothing happens. So that's also a balance we have to see in the drafts.
When you have a team that is so good at being aggressive, do you try to match that and say there is no version of Peel that we can provide that's going to stop them? So the best chance is actually try to hit them back.
Sometimes it's better to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Some other times, you might have to just double down on Peel, right? And right now, I think for Guangzhou Gaming, the route is double down on meta. Because again, they had a pretty good composition from the start of the game. They had tempo, they had the snowball, but unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the leads because they didn't have any pick that could deal with Kyle on the Ling, constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So again, with the Nolan, you aren't able to 1v on the Ling in the side lane. With any of those picks, you kind of like forced to group up. That's why we were talking about the Moskov. I think the Moskov, just that one pick added into that kind of composition, and they'll be pretty good.
Yeah. Dangerous grass picked up for the map. How does that change things, Lefel, if at all?
Well, it really helps out a team that really wants to be aggressive, and it forces you to never autopilot because you're playing a normal map, you know where the bushes are, but sometimes it just disappears in your brain that there's a bush in front of you, you just forget about it.
Oh, man. Goodbye to Assassins, I'm guessing here. Fanny, Ling, both banned. I believe the Hirara should be coming out next.
Yep, and we have a fun fact here. Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world champion in a different MOBA. And will his winning formula help Guangzhou Gaming pull up an upset today? I mean, like, it was pretty good at the early. But again, it's all about utilizing the advantages that you have.
And it's also about timing. And I think certain players, we see this across multiple games as well, I'm sure in MLBB, fit different metas better. And you could play the meta, but sometimes it's not the meta you would prefer to play. It's not your style. It's not where you feel at home. So having a winning formula in one game, in one meta, may not translate over to what we're seeing now, which clearly has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for Game 2, Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, back again to that point though, hey, I've seen a lot of different coaches come in from different MOBAs, and it's always a clear template that they bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get prio over the map itself. But then it's the mid and late game where we get to see a little bit of that question mark. And it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, Rain Day. And because it's a lot faster, it's almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right, we're going from gear 1 into 2, 3 constantly. But in MLBB, it's kind of like you go gear 1 and you kind of have to skip the next 4 gears into 5.
Yeah.
Something to note as well, the longer the game goes, the less that the coach can really impact on the decisions of the game, because that's why certain shot callers in Mobile Legends is so highly valued that even if your mechanics isn't that great, but you have a good head over your shoulders, your price is just gonna skyrocket. So
shoutouts to V.
Shoutouts to V. And this is why, honestly, we're going into a game where teams that have incredible mechanics as well as good coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10-12 minutes, it can get chaotic, and that's where the point surprises happens. And Hirara first pick here for Guangzhou, and now an early Akai as well as the Eudora.
Oh, God. We're getting spicy over here. Hirara finally let through, and Eudora back again for the 3rd out of 4 games with the early Akai.
Yeah, that's why Falcons were happy with the trade. They're like, all right, go for the Hirara. We'll take the Eudora. We'll lock her down completely, and even the Akai pick. Now, we've seen more Assassins do well, find success over the course of the last 3 games that we casted or that we analyzed for. But the Akai works when it's still against the Hirara, man. It's just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So, Guangzhou Gaming, I think they got to build for a strong side goal.
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong. It's still a top pick in the jungle. Is just not as oppressive during wildcards and basically during wildcards, because during MWI it's already been nerfed. So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the Eve, and now the Harley picked up. So this is Akai roll.
I think so.
Yeah.
I like it more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai did get kind of nerfed in that aspect. The Barats gets banned out. Very interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito, so I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that, again, they already have an Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming, another pick that can actually bully the Claude, but if you see the Eve, you're already kind of thinking it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Either way, though, it is what it is. The Uranus is the final ban for Falcons.
Yeah, so it looks like Falcons is trying to set up for a strong pick in the EXP, and now the Clint has been banned out as well. So for Guangzhou, I would say their opening is pretty solid, but they still need someone to be a proper frontline. If possible, push the Eudora away so that it doesn't become a problem for either the Claude or the Hirara, because they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Lane pressure with Moskov, able to have that global rotate to join in on the fights. That was one of the things the casters picked up. Gideon mentioned that was a problem for Guangzhou. Grouping together, not being able to kind of 4-1 or 3-2, as you mentioned, LaFell. Moskov going to open up some things and some playmaking potential, as we have 2 more picks here coming from Guangzhou Gaming to close out their draft.
Yeah, especially now we're in Dangerous Grass. They need a dedicated pick, doesn't matter Roam or EXP, just to be able to open up the map, because Eudora as well as the Harley can take advantage, and there's the Grok. We don't see him a lot. Still a very strong pick, and finally the Paquito shows up. Esmeralda is not there to like be a true counter, but at this point I feel like there's still quite a lot of picks that can deal with Guangzhou.
I think it should be just either the Phobius or the Arlet.
Well, yeah, the Phobius is still open, yeah.
The Arlet, you're going to get bullied quite a bit by the Paquito, but then you're just relying on the stuns coming in for the resets with the Akai and the Eudora in your team. If you want to take more into your hands, you would go for the Phobius, but instead, they go for the Sora.
I gotta say, Falcons PH...
Just for dive?
Falcons PH, at least for this matchup, looks like just more damage, right? A good offense is a good defense. So a lot of firepower coming in from Falcons for the first match in game number 1 and game number 2.
Because it seems like with the Sora pick here, it's more of like, all right, we don't care about the lane anymore. We're just going to go for the team fight, because the Paquito is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
And at this point, why would they? Whatever works last game could work again. Confidence for Team Falcons PH trying to close it out over GZG. Let's send it over to our casters, see what they think as Gideon and Brigitte join us for game 2.
Thanks so much, Reindeer. Let's jump right into this. We are ready for battle, of course, but right now, it's about trying to figure out how to get underneath the skin of each of our competitors here. And so far, currently at match point, it's Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting them to be one of the cleanest, but game 1, GZG pushed them to the limits by just a little bit. So this time around, though, things seem to be pretty different, draft-wise especially.
Oh, what a sneaky little invade here by Kyle. Able to take a camp out. He figured out the starting path and was able to take at least one of these camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see Recall here going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and admittedly, they played it well. Even Haji getting into the right position to see it happen.
Yeah, somehow equalizing the advantage in the early game, given that Kyle did take away one green camp. But a quick look onto the emblems as well. There seems to be the mid duo taking that PYT.
Interesting stuff, but at the same time, I'm liking the way that Falcons are actually playing this right now. Flap gonna take a bit of damage here. What's that? I felt like that was a kill angle.
Yeah, if it weren't for Oakwood.
Yeah, but even then, I think that should have been a solo kill, right? Empower jab into auto attack would have been like more than enough to take him out here, but now.
Oh, this is something unexpected. Xing did not expect that, but it was still Guangzhou who actually picked up first blood. They find Haji in exchange of Xing, but it's a double kill now for Kyle, and it seems like they got the better trade.
A much better trade, in a matter of fact. And May understood, again, this Grok can be a game changer. The problem is that it's very timing-based, right? You have to maintain control over tempo. It's not a fight on a dime type hero. You really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time, with tempo. Oh, whoa. All right. So we know that Kyle's on top side.
Okay, and now, you know, the Modi's just holding this bush. We're seeing dangerous grass in a while, and now it's Falcon starting it up. But Recall and the rest of the members are going to be here too. Flap trying to look for an angle. He's not going to go in for the setup just yet, and there you go. But it's still Recall actually winning out on the retry battle. Blazing to it, already committed here by side. SOD will not connect, but Oakwood still goes in for the knockups, and the flicker from Flap. They still actually find X-King, but they might just get traded out. Unfortunately, the heavy spin will keep them safe. The knockups, however, close call for Oakwood right there.
What a timing by both of these supports. They both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one extra person. The tech charge alongside with a heavy spin. Life-changing spells. And now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons, understandably, hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most important fight. But look at Kyle, repathing down towards the purple side, knowing that Hirara is on the orange buff side.
Yep, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately though, he's not really as behind, but you can see that Kyle is really having such a good start.
Wait, keep your eyes out here. Flap might find an angle. If he gets on top of Xing, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's going to walk through. Good check. Good game sense.
Yep. They're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Committing it all just for these small advantages. That's what separates the boys from the men. Oh, CY's in so much trouble.
Okay, there's a Purify still, but he still gets caught in the heavy spin nonetheless. The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Oakwood get out of this? He might just, but not with the real-world manipulation being laid down.
Okay, that's actually incredible. That's actually incredible for Falcons. No RWM. They get to technically contest this for free, but can they do it right now? Flap misses everything.
Yep, he doesn't get to find a setup, and still Guangzhou will be the one securing this objective. Kyle will not make it as he just focuses on this green camp, but that's knowing that they didn't have the real world, and now Guangzhou might get more. They might just find Kyle. Fortunately, is still alive though, but Xing picks up the kill. Now they're gonna go for the chase. It's May and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That Fork Lightning. Oh no, wait. Does he have? Okay, he does have Body Slam, but CY chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. My goodness. Getting to see the Fork Lightning being spammed like, what, 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, it didn't really they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Gwangju can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even if the Akai is on the other side, the way that they just get in and out of these fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real-world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members, but I think Falcons is much better at just playing patient, and honestly, super tactical. Oh,
Flap is gonna be here, Haji flickers out, but they find themselves under the real-world manipulation, but they're not gonna fight under that anymore. So that's just resources burned again from the side of Guangzhou pre-turtle.
And here I was complimenting GCG about, great communication, and yet, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high-stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogun will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot of information. They know what to expect and where they could potentially come from. But does Flap start things off again?
I think it's about the big question.
Oh, it's going to be Mei instead who gets caught now. Tech charge does land, but does he go down in the deadly magic? It's not going to be
lihat, kita ajakin pada
the
datang
case.
semua guys. Ayo,
Langsung
kumpul.
And it's Flap just trying to run for his life, but X-Team does not allow him to get away.
Bang King, welcome Bang King.
And this seems like a repeat of game number 1 where it's not Kyle going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on neutral objectives is sort of the point. I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after playing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately away. Actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. Itu dia. On that top side, he's staying down bottom.
Tapi late game masih bisa sih, most jauh tinggal ya.
Really good in terms of these pokes and back and forths as well.
Mas Bri, welcome Mas Bri.
Granting the massive
Mana
advantage
ini orang-orang guys?
despite the
Orang-orang udah pada nggak lapar guys, pada kenyang semua guys.
Especially pre-objectives.
Iya, apalagi si Jack itu.
They're somehow grouping together and making sure that they somehow at least the next team fight we see get to communicate and layer their skills.
I'm noticing that GCG, like the gold lead isn't too far away from the Falcons, right? You can't play a little disrespectful. I'm noticing they don't really invade, do they? They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for bringing up the because I am curious to see how far along the track they are. Chastised Cauldron already purchased by Mei.
Suara kecil mas. Oh iya kah?
Halo. Gede kieu ya Allah.
Biasa pure, caper.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when Mei was on the Hilda, and it was just Mei as the Hilda. Like there wasn't really
suara kecil dari mana ini kambing ya? Gede banget ini.
As much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time
berapa desibel
on
itu
the
tuh?
Grok and
Mungkin
Eve,
di
it seems to
live,
be a
kalau
bit
di
different
DC
in
mah
terms of
gede.
Di live-nya
maybe
berarti
Falcons
begitu.
were
Di
just
live-nya kurang.
overwhelmingly good and controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GCG are
coba
chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think the Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to maneuver around things, knowing that the tech charge is probably their best form of counter-engage, and the real-world manipulation, it's a box, so you got to start thinking about angles.
GZZ are just blocking off the entries for Ogun at this point, forcing the recall for Super Marco just to get here, but now Modi all alone. How did it end up like this?
Strateginya udah nggak ada guys, plat doang sekarang guys.
Has the ultimate, but Ogun uses his first, and now Falcon is just gonna go for hero. Super Marco's here to help.
Marga TJ-nya udah nggak ada nih,
hilang semua guys.
Cuman Karol doang.
Tinggal Karol TZ doang guys ya. Apakah dia yang punya Marga TZ guys?
Kita punya dia kali.
Ini ya mungkin Marga TJ kayak ini sengaja dihilangin biar gak apa ya, gak bayang-bayangan dari gitu loh.
Why would you use your iframes to try and
biar nggak kebayang-bayang
spin? That's the problem with a heavy spin. You can't stop it.
Kayaknya ya the king Karol TZ.
But sure, boy was that flashy. That looked cool.
It was
Wah,
cool.
waktu itu
kena anjing
Wow,
nembak.
turrets out of
Masuk
that
lagi.
too. Unfortunately, you have
Ayo,
to take a
Bang
look at
Jas,
Blake.
Mei mati Mei.
I mean, just look at
Anjir.
Recall. There's no reason for him to actually crash into this to get the extra little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin.
Let's go.
Anjir, Eudora asup
You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
Yep. And now they
Eudora
have to
meta,
deal with the
guys.
Lord, who is still up, by the way, marching down bot, as Falcons will just try to focus out on the other remaining outer turrets. And Recall shows up
kita guys,
again in
ya.
the spot. Fortunately, has the
Pakai Eudora.
iframes. But now it's Falcons winning out big. It's
Eudora,
a
cok.
5k gold lead all over
meta
again.
ini.
At least they have holy
Yang
shields.
main
Because
Haji tapi
earlier
ya,
when
guys,
they
ya.
had this Lord,
Haji.
their holy shields were already down.
Eudora hajah toh.
Mana jalur
It's pretty good.
kakak?
GCG, if
Ada,
they can just clear up
tidur.
these... Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in. Does find one.
Belum,
Real
ini belum.
Revelation used as a response though. Kyle's just gonna focus on next
Nah, kita coba pakai mic ini
Deadly
dah.
Magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have
Baru
enough
kah?
damage with the Blazing Do It just yet.
Enggak,
But
mic
Recall
itu,
will
mic.
finish the job. They
Kamera,
find
mic
one
kamera,
in
mana
exchange of two. Kyle being
Gimana
chased
cara
by
banyak, guys?
Cody, but this is not enough.
Ini ke ini advance.
SOD threatens them and they
Mending.
cannot chase after Kyle anymore.
Oh, ini guys.
Propertize.
Can they actually do this?
Almost.
Halo. Nah, jelaskan.
He gets the power.
Udah, nggak pakai ini biar guys, kita belajar pakai kamera. Kamera guys.
Ogun picked up an immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another deadly
Hoam,
magic
kau
on
nih
the
nggak ada.
main. This is gonna be a croc, so they're not gonna take him down.
Yeah, typical
Kyle.
Paquito phase, am I
Padahal
right?
bisa. Anjing,
It's
kena
just
itu.
like Suyo when you're just about you get that first kill and then you purchase the Sky Piercer, same goes for the Immos, right? It happens at times, but for the time being, we can see that, like, they've got good damage here. I am curious to see what they have. Thank you for the item support. 3 already done, Malefic Gun on the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the Blazing to
nanti laptopnya cuma sekali doang nih.
So we see there how
Agak sampai beres.
surprisingly Modi
Oh.
lasted a bit longer than we thought. Apart from the fact that Haji's
Sampai beres
skills were
kita.
mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Etienne gets caught by
Nggak login,
once
guys.
again.
Login
He's
kah,
just
login kah?
doing all of this pressure onto the
Lama,
back line.
ayo, gas dah.
Surprisingly, nearly took
2
him
minggu
down.
nggak login
They
ini.
will be the exchange for this, but
lebih gua, anjir.
Kyle
Public sudah
trying to
jago.
go for the chase of the back line
Wah,
too.
Tapi kayaknya
agak hoam ini.
gini. Walaupun nanti login, tapi ini tidak iklannya cuma sebentar.
For this one, wasn't expecting him to
Oh,
survive,
yeah.
expecting
Iya.
at least
Tadi
two
tadi
for
pas
and then you get
match
denied
pertama
even
Pamor
that.
lawan ini ya.
Goldly, this Falcons
Hilang.
have taken this
Pamor
mid
lawan
game
apa tadi
all
tuh,
the way to
Pamor?
the late and are looking to punch a whole
Flap
straight
TZ?
through GZG.
Gelo.
Yep, it's just Kyle on the
Banyak bab
Lord.
pertama itu
No
bentar
threat.
jadi kan
From
panggilan gitulah pakai susah.
Sai can still hold on to this.
Tapi jadi kayaknya mulai dipertingkat tracknya.
Hirup kena ya anjing hirup
Yeah,
ya.
di back.
the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in.
Masih hidup beliau
Yeah, I
guys.
gotta give it to Modi
Bang
though.
otot itu,
Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to take it full
Yeah,
advantage
lo,
the kid in
big boy.
multiple different ways.
Kayaknya udah
I think getting a
mulai
run is
ini
actually
ya,
really
Prabete.
powerful for him. He's been playing a really
Jungler
good
yang
game.
lebih
He's
ini
saving
ya.
up, and I think
Jungler
Just
lebih
mention his name and
Good
he
block
nearly
from
went down.
Don't worry, if it's not for Modi, it's May who's going to block the damage. They are working in tandem with each other.
They have to. At this
Kita
point, they're the
dengarkan
only
dulu
ones that
suara kita,
GCG could really rely on when it comes to the all-out team fights. Kyle is gonna hold this bush. Recall has no idea, and the Lord is gonna march down here as well. They get this turret for free, and now Ogun goes in. Already down half HP though, so you gotta respect the damage coming from GCG.
They're dancing around this and they understand, man, the players are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately, in comparison to Guangzhou's Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Ogun already very low.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing, I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh,
that we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for that now being implemented onto
aja,
our,
guys.
at
Patternnya
least
gitu-gitu
for
aja,
our
guys.
observers.
Did they
Gak
take
rame,
out,
ganti,
they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is a delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Okay, threat of the tech charge, it's there, but the damage
Ayo dong,
from
Mobile
side
Legends, cari
too,
meta
running down
yang
over to
sangat susah
pieces.
diulik oleh pro
Immortality
player.
already popped. The setup from Flap, catching two with the follow-up damage coming in from Kyle. They're definitely going to take out more. Modi falls first. The iframes are not going to keep Recall safe as Super Marco ends it from the sides, finds a double, and just waits for the waves to come crashing in the base.
A chop to the neck. Trying to break the neck now. Trying to go for the throat. Seeing what can he do? What do they have access to? They could try. No, not even the RWM is accessible. And Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0 against Guangzhou Gaming.
Anjing. Flap. Gak. Gila per Marco ini naik. Marco. Wah, ente Guangzhou. GG ya. GG Falcon.
The little things in the game that slowly add up.
Bang Yogi lagi di TikTok kan?
Hah?
Lagi di TikTok?
Enggak, di YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Oke, kalian di
YouTube
TikTok.
Gelo. Selesai.
Oh, saja.
Gilo, guys.
Gilo.
Full kiri ini. 2-0 saja. Oke, tim Vitality langsung saja tim Vitality. Kita all in kan saja tim Vitality, guys. All in 2-0. Masa iya kagak 2-0 sih?
Tapi kalau walaupun pakai 2-0 lebih cepat sih kan daripada 2-1.
Iya. Aduh.
Kira habis ini mah Vitality lawan tim India. Tapi asik gua pengen lihat gimana sih permainan tim India coy anjir. Tim dia nih waktu pas ada klip itu apa PML Kentaning gitu siapa teh namanya teh?
Oh, yang mana?
Siapa dulu lagi anjir nickname-nya cok. Ntar gak gua cari dulu bentar.
Taruh cok.
Apa ya apalagi cek? Udah lama ya tuh semua. Udah lama.
Gerah banget ya hari ini ya. Astagfirullahaladzim. Mandi.
Ya.
Mandilah. Guys, mandi dulu guys ya.
Honestly, at how aggressive they were in the early game.
I think
Mas
they
Bri,
just
gelo Mas Bri, mana aja nih Mas Bri.
errors in early game, that's why they got the advantage.
And how did you guys manage to keep yourself composed and come back for the later part of the game?
We just maximized the errors.
Indonesia pen terbesar tuh Arki kan.
That's why we came back.
Nah,
You guys
kalau di Eropa
in the game,
Vitality.
which honestly boils down to experience
di
if
Eropa
you ask me. Now
Vitality.
Super Marco.
Langsung saja kita jadi tim Vitality guys.
Witness some very interesting picks that has debuted this year, like the Brody coming out from you. So I want to ask, what made you guys decide to pick Brody?
Vitality menjak mungkin daripada
I don't know,
Valorant
it's just meta. There's no other reason. It's just meta.
It's just meta, so why didn't you pick your Brody skin?
Kalau cek Super menurut sih cuma tempel kombinasi doang yang gue bukan.
No, you just don't you just don't feel like using it today?
No, I don't want to use it.
Why?
I just don't feel it.
You just don't feel it. Now, I did hear that some players don't like to use their own skin because they said that they feel like it's cursed somehow, that when they played on the international stages, they do end up losing. Is it the same case for you?
Yeah.
There's a curse. All right, we shall not ask further. Super Marco, is there any words that you want to say to the fans that has been supporting you guys?
Thanks sa mga...
Follow bang
Thank you sa mga, mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan online. Sana supportahan nyo kami next match.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the venue and of course to those watching at home, and he hopes that you guys can actually support them in their next match. Congratulations, Super Marco, and thank you very much. That's it from us here with the post-match winner interview. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose. Some time with Super Marco there on stage. The fans, you could hear him. They were elated to see him moving on. 2024 Grand Finalist in Team Falcons, back again to try to claim the title and fill out that trophy cabinet. I'm Rene, joining you back here on the studio panel with Mirko and Lefel to close out our second series of the day. Mirko, it was all Falcons all the way. They did do some different things than what we saw Team Vamos do in the earlier set, but it was the same result. Just pretty much a team that seems like it can go far in this tournament right now versus a team that's still trying to figure out how they want to succeed in the meta.
I think it's the same again, right? We saw the early game, we saw the template. When it was still template, early to mid game, they know what to do. They know exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it gets to a stage where they have to be a little bit more creative, when it's hands off for the coach, when it's no longer template, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to rotate. And I really feel like in this game especially, a bit naive a couple of times, walking past some of these bushes, May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked up through the bush, I was like, oh my god, why is the roamer not opening up?
Mirko, this is why I see in dangerous grass, it catches you whenever you autopilot, because I play as a roam, and sometimes especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink, like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than in games like, oh my god, what do I answer about the skins?
She wouldn't let him go either.
She wouldn't let him. She's like,
I know Rose now. She's not. She's pushing. Yeah, why? Say that again.
Exactly.
A little louder, please.
So here's the thing, right? In game, I feel like quite a lot of players have been investing a lot of time in trying to establish the meta and all this kind of thing, sometimes to the point where you overlook certain aspects. And that's why Dangerous Grass is something that I really look forward to, because especially if the game goes long, somehow the grass just disappears from your mind. I don't know what they call it in science, but it's probably no grass in your face.
Maybe. You know, maybe it's like wearing a watch where you kind of stop feeling it after a while.
Yeah.
Blends into your wrist.
And then you just check your phone for the time.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Wait a second. I got my watch on. Guys, 18-6, 15-minute game. I'm struggling to try to figure out a question to ask you guys that could have an answer to support Guangzhou Gaming or a team on this back foot so far moving forward, because it just seems like there's total control over our leading teams here.
Absolutely. You know, Falcons PH, not only do they have control in the mid to late game, but I feel like in the drafts as well. And now this, I think, brings it back to our questions that we had in the draft. Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora? And mainly, they needed a second setter. I think in the XP lane and in the roam departments now, we're going to be seeing a lot more CC-heavy heroes, guys that can stay up front, they can be the initiators to open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. They went for Yves, they went for Hirara, they went for Claude, and then the Paquito. So it's like, who do you want to carry? Who do you want to initiate? At that point, it was May doing everything. Opening up, initiating, peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody else is doing, you know, individual tasks, you don't play together as a unit.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like those are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe 1 or 2 scrims, and I feel like they would catch up very, very fast. I feel like the micro is there. Now it's all about priority, the draft, as well as how you move around the map, which is a lot. But hey, we're playing for $1 million in the champion slot, so you just gotta go all out, because everyone here is going all out.
It's very difficult to be a team that goes the entire way in a tournament this big and never loses. And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary to go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you look at Team Vamos going up against Team Falcons meta, there were lessons that were applied to both of those teams. If you guys now were taking different roles, we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series. What are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
I still think it's a draft. I still think it's how do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta. In match number 2, it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta, we want to go for damage, but it's just too much, and we don't have anything else to fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks like Eudora as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized, but also looking at the game so far, the mistakes is going to be magnified by quite a lot, because Vamos, they saw one mistake where Falcons made and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here. They saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou and then they roll with it. That's why even in the interview just now, Super Marco was like, they capitalize on our mistakes, but eventually we waited for them to make a mistake and then we capitalize. So I completely agree with Mirko. The draft is going to be very important, where you can get wins and loses just based off the draft, but also try to minimize those mistakes, because they just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any work and just enjoying, unless you're, trying to be a co-streamer. If that's the case, then you're scanning that QR code and trying to start your stream up. Team Vitality and True Rippers. This is a true matchup right here. Indonesia coming through, and Team Vitality representing France. Here in the hometown of Paris, France. This is going to be a big one. Team Spirit and Ignite Gaming following up afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to esportsworldcup.com/play. You'll have a chance to let us know if you can tell the future in MLBB. And if you can't tell the future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now there's a pretty cool collaboration that you've been seeing a few teases of in-game. And I'm talking about my boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid work.
Let's go. Kira ya kan. Kalau suaranya kawan.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Lama. Kita lihat level lain itu. Sama, oke. Hidung sejenak. Aduh, bisa-bisanya Mas Adi cuci hidung sejenak. Ada aja, tidak Mas Adi. Ya, nggak bakal musim ini. Bentar lagi. Lagi bisa-bisanya Kelapari ke Dota, cow. Bisa-bisanya Kelapari ke Dota. Ini ML, wah, gila gitu. Amel, apa-apa, karamel. Ada yang PUBG, oke, masalah. Miss. Seperti biasa, Bang Kubis. Dahar, stream deh, yang lain juga masuk stream. Ini paling normal harusnya ini bukan ngereng ya, cuma harusnya kayak ini, jadi biar gak. Gue nggak tahu ya WR siapa nih bisa keterima apa enggak sih, soalnya dia ibarat apa ya nih, ke ini ya.
In terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in Mobile Legends Bang Bang international tournaments, I'm so excited to see them in action. It's gonna be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's gonna feel that way.
Atlas?
Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus. I don't know.
He holds
Atlas
the
is the one who holds the world, and that's what India's gonna have to do today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitalty, but I'm excited for them and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
I mean, Drex, it's hard not to talk about some of the bigger picture items here before we start getting granular. You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this moment?
This is huge, right? I feel like they're coming to a place, not just a place of, we know how strong Indonesia is, but Vitality in general. It's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6th, or they were 5th place coming into playoffs.
Yeah.
Have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC, welcoming India with open arms, ready for this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day for them, and it's a big tournament for them, because if they can get great standing in this tournament, if they can win this tournament, it's a huge statement, not just for Indonesia, but for Vitality in general.
Yeah, Vitality coming in alongside Indonesia, looking to represent both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rimar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong start? Because so much of how you begin a tournament like this can give you the confidence going forward to perform.
Yeah, and for True Rippers walking to the stage, I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India, but then they also have 2 Indonesian imports with them. They have Rehansha and Ians, who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in the region who's been hungry for this opportunity.
Yeah, and Team Vitality also just coming in from, having that org represented here in France. That's got to feel big for them. You see the team members on the screen here as well. We actually had a chance, like before, to have some time to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno to talk about what they were feeling heading into today's series.
I'm now with Moreno, the maestro, for his upcoming match. We're going to talk to him before we get into it. Moreno, you're coming here with so many fans and, expectations from the Indonesian fans. How does that feel for you?
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it as a team. I don't feel the pressure was so high, even though, a little high, but I'm just enjoying. Because it's our first time to go to international as a main 5 and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here.
Ada.
Our
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Bengek. How does that feel for you?
Cara ini apa? Pakai Nightbot gimana?
It's just a fully statement for me.
Nightbot.
You guys cannot underestimate us because
lo gini Nightbot mang?
Our team first timer now. I think we can do better.
Beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So, coming into your next matchup, you're up against True Rippers. What do you think about the team?
Udah login.
I think They just good because they have Indonesian players, 2 players from Indonesia.
Bikin pesan yang gimana?
We just for me, we as a team just respect them, but we just beat them.
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you have enough data on them, right? Did you get to watch their matches?
I think, to be honest, no lah. I think they more data from us.
Biasanya 5 menit dan 2 garis.
Maksudnya?
Yeah, you're right.
Maksudnya?
They have more information on you compared to you on them.
Yes.
Is that a challenge for you? Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
Terlama misalkan.
Might be, but yeah, like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Trex, your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it, right? He has to come into this confident, he has to come into this prepared, but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in, these new regions coming in. That's where the upsets happen. That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, you know,
makan dulu lah, nggak usah ikut ngomong ya. Kita larang dia buat ngomong guys.
Makan dulu. Belum ada momen-momen di BTR
big giant in Team Vitality.
Team Vitality has a lot of
coaches, their staff are there, the players are there. And in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they are.
One of the things about the story of Indonesia and this representation finally with True Rippers is that you get to highlight stories you haven't been able to highlight before. One of them that's top of mind is Sensei Kimmy, who the region refers to him as, who not only is a professional player here, but moonlights, you could say, or his other job is studying physics and helping to educate underprivileged kids. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Turner to sit down and talk with one of the members.
Martial Danang, masa Martial Danang berangkat guys? Keren banget tuh Martial Danang, gelo. Kita punya wasit FIFA guys.
Wasit FIFA ini.
Oh, ada 2 orang Indonesia. Tim True Ripper ini, Hangsha dan Ian.
Si Bang Fer juga Eman, coba nggak tuh dengan ruas ya guys.
Eman mana ada Eman guys.
Juga si Bang Fer guys.
Camera, but he's not nervous about the game because it's going to be very exciting.
Jauh.
You are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating.
Tidak bisa dibantah.
I think I got all the fans who support us, like, don't doubt us much.
Okay.
Kan mendukung saudara, bro.
Berak.
They don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India. Just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, you're going to be up against Team Vitality. They are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll say that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay, so you can beat them?
Of course we can. Try our best to beat them.
Okay, you have a message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Public ini guys.
Okay, good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again.
BTR fair. Anjay, kayak gitu, Mang.
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him answer the question 5 times in a row. You know, you could let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down.
ganti namanya jadi
That's all I
Rodri
gotta say. You're
Masterclass.
losing the interview. You are not getting out easy.
Oh, Bang Den.
Fellas, I mean,
Bang
that
Den.
was kind of the
Tapi
cool part about this because they said, we don't really
bukan coy.
expect to win.
Si
We're
Den ada
happy
lagi
we're
anjing.
here. We know our fans are happy we're here, and I
fotonya.
think that's good, but it kind of also, does it help relieve some tension
Beda.
knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like we're playing within
Den.
the idea of like house
Oi,
money,
Den.
like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here?
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up,
Aku kadang
my
lagi
parents never
mulai
told me,
mah.
hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta
5
win
menit
this
deh mulai.
tryout or
Kan
whatever.
kerja gitu.
Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah,
Bubar,
nowhere
bubar.
near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but you know, I made it
Agok nih
someplace,
kaberes,
you know?
man.
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they still have drive though, because you still need that
Maklum
hunger.
ada
You still
flip call,
gotta
anjay.
want to win.
Weh,
And
apa
right
itu flip
now,
call, guys?
True
Udah
Rippers
nggak
are just kind of a
usung.
blank card
Udah nggak
for all
usung, guys.
of us, even us as casters.
usung.
We don't know how they're exactly going to play.
Apa
Yes,
itu
we've
flip
seen
call?
some of their
Sunnah,
games,
kuning
but
sunnah.
what's their mentality going to be on that stage? Is it going to be
Lama,
carefree?
lama.
Is the pressure going to be on? Are they going to be
Kan
nervous like they're talking to
beresin kuliah
Eterna?
dulu.
You know, exactly how are they
Enak,
going to walk
Connect itu
out
enak,
there?
bro. Nggak
And
takut
that's going to be,
digerebek.
this game 1 is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting.
Oh,
The winner
itu
of this
biar nggak
plays
digerebek.
the winner of
Itu loh.
Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming,
Itu
which we
saja
just
lah.
witnessed. The loser plays the loser
Padahal
of
mah
that
mau
game. So
digerebek mah
a lot
gerebek
of
dewe,
information being
gede.
gathered and a lot of
Mas
information
Bri,
now that
giliran
we'll
yang gitu
find out
ngomong
soon. If
beliau
you
nih
think you
guys,
know
emang
better than
mupeng
us,
aja.
but you want to try to get a
Beda,
feel
beda
of
beliau,
the
guys.
guess, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/play
Kelihatan gitu, kotak
pick'ems. You can scan
tangannya,
the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0 on the day? Do you think there's a chance with True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
Oke, lo
This
pindahan Bang
feels
Fer.
like one of the setups of many great Indian films.
Hmm.
You know
Lihat
what?
doang ini
am
bukan
maybe
entry,
one of those
Cok.
people thinking True Rippers gets
Gila,
a game,
pindahan Bang Fer,
shocks the
welcome,
world,
Gila, rame gini,
but
Cok. 10.000
Vitalty
yang
still
nonton,
comes back
anjing.
and reminds them who they are,
Ini
2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog
Yeah.
region.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see
Parah
it.
itu,
Hopefully
Mas
they
Ade
put
itu.
up a fight. Maybe even take the series.
I like it, man. It's rare that Americas are an underdog
Ayo
here,
kita
but
balap, guys.
MLB is just,
Streamer bentar, guys.
MLB is just
Langsung
made
saja,
it
guys.
happen. Trex and I are looking
Sikat,
back.
sikat,
you know,
ayo.
we got nice little
Konsisten,
bits
guys,
left
biar
us,
kayak
you
si
know,
Jack
the
nih, si Jack
Philippines,
monet
we're
diem
losing people
baik
here.
nih.
Guys, if you think again, you know,
Udah
make sure to get your
sibuk
pick'ems
itu,
in.
gelo,
It
langsung
is
saja.
an amazing story. The hometown of Team Vitality going up against the new representation from Indonesia. We'll see who takes the cake.
Nggak tahu.
Oh my, that match too was an amazing match to watch because if we recall correctly, Milosh,
Mana ya?
Guangzou Gaming was in the lead in
Oh, si Jack
game
garis stream,
number
anjing, sombong
1
banget, Cok.
and suddenly
Oh,
Team
Jack,
Falcons
Udah 1000
PH
belum
was
di
like,
situ, si
nah,
Jack?
we're gonna clean sweep this.
Udah belum
I
kayaknya.
was sad to
Terus
say
apa?
this, but the experience won out. Of course, you want to cheer for an
apa?
underdog, but in this one, it was not
Itu
meant
2
to be.
minggu
The
menghilang
beauty
dari
of it is,
peradaban live
though,
stream.
underdog stories and dark horses in general do
Oh, belum.
not end with us
500
here
dia.
in our group stage, especially not on day
Dia
one.
ini
We've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell. I know for a lot of fans out there.
Yes,
Iya,
sir.
enggak, dia jam tayang udah
we're
nggak sih?
mentioning a match
100.000
fee.
subscriber.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the
Tinggal
hometown
subscriber
heroes,
doang.
Team Vitality.
Bisa tapi membership.
Belum.
Membershipnya 500 udah cukup sih.
This is
Membership
a
500
team that
bisa.
Tapi
trusted
makanya
the
buat
process
sering-sering
with a
promosi.
championship that took years in the making.
Iya.
As the hometown heroes
Biar
make
banyak
their
yang
MSC at EWC
Iya.
debut, their resilience will be tested.
Tapi ini di live beliau gila sih. 9.000.
Ih, yang nonton udah banyak itu beliau.
Big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's only
Oke,
day
gini,
1.
ini
and
konsisten
you
ya guys,
can
kita
notice
konsisten guys.
they
Aduh
get
nggak bisa
louder,
ini.
they get louder,
Konsisten
and
aja.
they're going to do it again here at
Bisa aja,
MSC.
bisa
Nggak bisa,
udah aja
lagi.
kita.
The game
Bisa
cannot
aja nanti
begin,
kedepannya
especially
nanti
not
lebih berat.
without the dark horses
Oke,
awaiting
konsisten,
in the corner. Let's welcome them.
Usaha tidak akan
Nggak ada
mengganti
itu lagi.
hasil.
Usaha yang
Gitu dia memang.
mengkhianati hasil adalah channel kita guys.
Torchbearers have arrived. From viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto
Moreno.
the international
Gelo Moreno
MLBB
aju.
stage
Ih, lihat
for
Mang
the
Fer, Mang Fer,
very
coba main
first
tuh Mang Fer,
time.
Mang Fer.
Will their in-your-face aggression be the
Aduh,
winning
sama
factor?
Eman aja
My friends,
di-stream.
we are about to find out.
Mukanya mirip
Big
aja.
moment for them, big moment for India.
Kagak,
Also here,
cowok.
first time participating internationally, Rose.
bandingin
That's a
deh, guys.
lot of pressure.
Yes,
Bandingin guys,
definitely,
bandingin
but I
guys.
feel like this match will
Saya restream
ultimately
jadi
be very
restream sama
exciting,
Nail,
because
guys.
like I've mentioned, both teams are debuting in
Harusnya
EWC.
judulnya mendukung
A lot of
kakak
fun
Acu
picks to go
aja,
around that, I'm
itu
sure.
loh. Ya.
Very much so. So, my friends, please, you may go place your keys. Team captains,
Bisa
please
sih,
go
bisa
ahead.
sih.
True
Ganti
Rippers,
dah.
Vitality, place your keys in their
Mendukung kakak Acu
positions.
di EWC
Take
itu dia,
your
guys.
seat and remember to shake hands at captains because it's all about friendship and love before we get into the server itself.
Kapten
And
masing-masing
there
bawa.
it is, respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality,
pulang
True
piala itu,
Rippers
kakak,
will
itu
break it all
loh.
down
Ya, piala
on the desk
Evan
before
piala.
we get into game.
Yang kotak
Thank
segitiga itu
you,
tuh.
Milos and Rose.
Ya, para
A
kapten
big
yang harus
moment for
bawa.
India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of,
Apanya?
I think, confidence.
Ngikutin
going into this
Pildun
one.
itu.
We'll see if that confidence
Ngikutin
is going to be
Pildun nggak tuh?
earned, Rinmar.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a
Tapi untung
confident
Spanyol
team
menang,
like
guys.
Vitality,
Itu dia
their
Spanyol,
styles
Espana.
are so different in the sense of
Langsung
both of
saja
them are just
Espana.
going to be looking
Spanyol
for
menyelamatkan
aggression.
dunia
At
dari
the
dunia
center of the
berisik.
map, they love to make sure they get to build
Kalau nggak tuh
advantage.
bocil-bocil
Makanya
kayak gini
True
makan
Rippers is very familiar with
Banyak
that.
kalau
Maybe through
misalnya
that angle, they can
Argen
find a way
menang
to
juara
slowly
2
chip
kali,
away at
2 kali lagi
Vitality.
itu.
Yeah,
Wah.
be ready to go
Problem banget itu.
maybe take advantage of
Argentina
the
udah
aggression.
Yep.
A lot of times you see the
Hancur
more
itu.
veteran teams that have been doing this longer, try to push in, try to bring that to your
Gila lah.
face.
Ferran Torres
If
is the
True
best,
Rippers are
guys.
ready for that, maybe
Ferran
build a
Torres.
composition
Bukan
that can kind
siapa-siapa
of
yang
absorb
menjadi
that
legenda.
initial shock. There could be something there.
I like the point that you mentioned,
Superhero,
though, feeling
superhero
relaxed and
anjing.
feeling like you've done enough to get here. You still
Superhero
have to
of
somehow
Espana,
combat that
Ferran
with the
Torres.
drive. And as we narrow down into what's coming up
Tapi
next,
jelos
the
itu
draft,
mainnya Spanyol,
certainly
guys.
in about a minute or
Pengurung
so. Rinmar,
pergerakan
how do you
Argentina,
do
guys,
that
ya.
practically? What does
Argentina
a
seperti tidak
team like
bermain.
this in True Rippers need
Tapi
to do to
ini
maybe
kan,
get
Ferran Torres
ahead
itu
of
kan
the draft, which is where
dari
Mirko
gitu,
previously
kan,
was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Yeah, when it comes to how True
Jadi
Rippers
bisa
play
bilang,
in their Master Series,
para
they love to
backnya
make
tuh
sure that
nggak
they have an EXP
banding
laner that
Ferran
can get
Torres
out of
tuh
laner
seperti itu.
relatively quickly, go into
Nah,
the
di
river,
bola kita
nyaman.
kalau
build some advantage there through the roam and
Buka
mid,
bola kita kemana
and
nih?
then
Si
just
Jack mana si Jack buka
continuously
bola kita, guys?
bombard the opponent with,
Hilang-hilangan,
hey,
guys.
how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with
Itu
your
Bandung.
minions. Suddenly they're not. Because
Espana,
they know they
Espana
can
Wina.
get leads through making sure that their jungler is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing jungler.
Pushing out the space with the
besok,
XP
besok.
lane, and obviously the jungler has more room to roam. Same idea for you, Trex, or what is if
Wah,
you're
anjing dijawabin sama
Vitality,
kita,
don't
guys.
know as much
Woi,
about
bayar,
True
bayar,
Rippers,
cok.
how
Kita
do you
sekarang
draft
jawab,
to
bayar,
make sure
guys.
you don't fall into that trap?
I think
Jawab
you
aja
play
monet
your
kita,
game.
guys.
I think it's harder to say in draft right now just because of how sporadic everything's been, the new picks. We're going to see exactly how it goes. We do have
Sama
Flying
besok jam
Clouds
segini
coming in
juga.
as the map choice. But I think in terms of gameplay, they have to just come in confident in what they're going to do and be ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring. And that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC 26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament.
Kalau
In
match
many ways,
pembuka
guys,
ini
it's a
yang milih
chance to
map siapa?
measure
Random
how
kan?
far this region has come. This is the first draft
Random dah
that
kayaknya
they will
dah.
be able
Kalau
to
game
make,
satu
and
random
obviously bands coming out
Enggak,
and
di
Tracks
drawing.
to get a start.
We got a Freya band
Malah yang
from the
milih
side
biasanya.
of True Rippers,
Bukan pakai
Phobia,
bisa
Jadi, map mah.
Vitality.
Ya, map
Nothing
justru
too
dia
crazy.
draft baru
Harara
dibilangin sama KB
coming
kalau
out
nggak
from True Rippers.
salah yang penting map.
We haven't seen the Harara get picked up. It's pretty much been on the ban field so
Enggak, itu
far,
di
right?
ini dipilih
Question
sama yang
now
kalah.
is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about if Fanny getting banned out more consistently so far
Mirko.
in our
Ya,
matches today has
drawing,
changed
itu di
the
drawing
picture of the
timnya.
drafts compared to
kayak bola,
MWI just a few
bola.
days ago. So that's an interesting
Tapi pernah
element
bilang,
compared
kalau
to
nggak
the
salah,
previous tournament here at EWC.
Siapa gitu.
you mentioned Vitalty
mapnya.
wanting to play their game.
Mapnya,
And True
bro.
Rippers are reading into it. They're checking them really well.
Kalau kalah
They've
milih
denied
map
the
kalau nggak
Freya,
salah, guys.
and they've even
Oh, enggak,
made
gini,
a
gini.
behavior here, which
Enggak,
in
gini.
the jungle for Eons
Lu tahu
could have
gua
been
kalau mau
option
milih
to
map
mess up
itu
what Vitality
ditentuin
likes to do. Vitality
sama
likes
tim
that
yang
aggression,
punya
and we know
home
Guinevere
atau
as one of the
home
best
dulu.
stoppers in the
Jadi
game through the
terang mereka
jungle.
mau milih
It could
map
also
mana
show
gitu.
something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting
Jadi
to be
kalau
one of the first
ibaratnya
teams
kalau di
today
Palo,
to possibly go utility,
ya home-nya dulu,
jungle,
pilih
maybe
mana
pick up something
gitu.
like the Fred, maybe
Baru
pick up
awal
something
yang
that we
pilih
haven't
map
been seeing too
kedua.
much of, that the Guinevere
Oh,
can
Palo
go
lagi.
well
Ya kayak Palo
against.
ibaratnya.
First pick on the gun,
Sistemnya
Kayak
Vitality.
gitulah, kayak gitulah.
Ya.
Kayak gitulah guys lah.
First pick
Draft coy, astagfirullah kita malah ngelamun ini guys.
Yeah. Been very mixed up today. We've seen heroes such as
Jadi
Ling
ibaratnya
getting
dari
picked, but we saw
mapnya
this
dari
earlier in
diacak
Vamos
nih.
versus Falcons. Yeah, the Atlas getting picked up, opening a chance for True
Kagak,
Rippers to
kagak.
pick up a
Tonjok kau ya, aku
Valentina as
tonjok
their
kau,
response, similar to what we saw
kambing.
earlier in Vamos versus Falcons game 1.
We saw the Eudora picked
Ya
up
Eudora di
second
ban nih.
as well. The Ling also
Eudora,
character that been hero that's been prioritized.
49, 48,
And there's the Ling as
47.
well.
Ah,
Yeah,
Marcel.
the Ling has been on
And the
fire
Eudora.
along with the Eudora, probably the two hot picks of the day.
Are you on the Eudora train? I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
you see
Hertot.
the
At this point,
Yeah.
at this
How
point,
can you not?
this is it's honestly insane. I'm
Akhirnya
sure
Hertot
everyone else has
muncul,
been
guys.
telling you already, but
Tapi
the fact that Eudora is in the
konsep
meta right
ganti tuh
now
sama konsep
is
tuh.
unheard
Tonaya
of.
kan
This is
udah
because
rehat
the
tuh.
kit, there's no flicker,
Yeah.
there's
Tonel
no
rehat.
movement.
Kenapa sih,
My
siapa?
only worry
Kesehatannya
about
tuh
Eudora and how
lagi
in
nggak
the future
bagus.
it could fall off again. You can't
Kayak
really get the purify on
teman,
the
Mbak,
Eudora.
pokoknya
You
ibaratnya.
have to go
Ling
for flicker
Eris
because she doesn't
Akai
have
nggak sih? Oh
any type
enggak, oh
of
Eudora
dash in
dibitik
her
anjing.
kit.
Ada.
Going up against
Gimana
something like
Fadil mulu
Atlas,
anjing.
there is danger there, right? There's
Yeah.
ICC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora? Maybe
Karena
that's the
Kayla
answer.
balik
Crowd
dan-
control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
Yeah, add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control.
Nolan.
And anything with an Atlas getting rushes the
Fanny,
first pick
enak nih,
paired
ayo,
up with
Fanny.
high
Gandeng,
crowd
gandeng.
control through the jungle. A
Mana
solid
ada Fanny?
kit in
Nggak
the
masuk
middle.
Fanny.
Makanya
John, Nolan.
Crowd
Fanny.
control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina.
Nolan.
I'm already
Nolan.
thinking no matter what
Nolan,
Rahansha,
gitu yang Fanny
excuse me,
dulu.
not Rahansha, but
Tunggu.
Asuna decides to
Kenapa
pick up
pick
a
Nolan
Sabana
dan
spell
Fanny?
here.
Nah,
That's
Balmon
a
boleh
good
juga.
fun time for the
Chanter.
Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could
Balmon
have worked
kah?
on a little bit more, and hopefully they did leading into this day, is
Valentina?
that the priorities in the
Akai,
team
Akai
fighting,
jungler.
not leaving their
Akai.
backliners a little bit too much.
Ini biar
Sometimes
nggak
their frontliners
nge-cancel
and
si Atlas,
their
guys.
junglers are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix that, because Vitality's formation is all dive, all aggro, baby.
GZG had a couple of moments in that last game, which they will end up playing. The loser of this will end up
Kitanya mau
playing,
ke Claude
where the
lah.
main was pretty isolated.
Yang belum
Now, granted, they were going up against a Moskov that could take those
Kalau
isolated fights and
Claude-
kind of surprise you. But that's something that obviously you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. So just a composition that they can team fight with, but also not get caught out.
I'm liking True Ripper's draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the stiff arm of the stun from the Eudora. Yes, you have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina. You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yeve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yeve go against the
Claude
Eudora.
sih.
I
Kalau
don't
nggak
think it
Claude,
won. Pretty sure it lost
Harriet,
earlier still.
Harriet,
But
juga
I
Harriet.
kind of like that answer. Beat it with range,
Brody.
beat it with some sort of control.
Ah Brody.
Vitality,
Moskov
yes,
di ban
Brody,
kan?
solid
tadi
draft,
Falcon,
but I
Falcon.
don't know, True Rippers is looking good for me right
Falcon,
now.
Filipin, pakai
I feel
Brody.
the Valentina came out because
buat
Vitality's
kadang-
probably
Lawan
expecting
Harit ya,
that
itu
the
ya?
best options in the
Ya,
EXP
Harit,
lane for
Brody.
Eons later, excuse me,
Brody.
Rahansha later on,
Joki
would
itu.
be something along the lines of a usual.
Soalnya ada Dora.
Excuse me, not Arlot, Lapu-Lapu, Alice, meaning that's three
Biar agak
best options
ada
for True
jarak juga
Rippers.
ya.
That's easy steal of ultimates
Ya,
for
buat
the
biar-
Valentina. That's why you see
Pemimpin
heroes
nggak
such as the
pakai
Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away, that if you're left with
biar nggak
EXP
begitu
laners
dekat.
as your best in the pool, who have
nonton
high
dia
impact
ini.
ultimates, then the Valentina
Paling
pick
kayak
suddenly looks better. But I get your
Wah,
point,
tuh
where
fokusnya
right
ke situ
now
tuh
it
si
seems like
kambing.
Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for
Agak.
something
Ini
not as
Asia-Asianya
high
belum kelihatan
utility,
ini
something that's
di kamera.
as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
Ini Asia nih. So
A
good.
little bit of crowd
Kita bakal
control
ada
help kind of
Pakui, tau nggak?
support
Pakui,
True
Pakui,
Rippers on the side of
Pakui.
Vitality. They still need a gold laner. Do we see
Pakui.
something like the Harry Aerith come in here? Is
boleh
that a
tuh,
possibility? Decent
Bagus
dashes
sih,
to
udah ada
possibly
dua
escape
tank
the
di
lane.
situ.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough
Kalau
with fighting
Kaptanku
under
ya enak
under the
sih.
AOE of the Ling and the Alice, Falcon could make it. I think to be safer, they need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe for the Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing. But I think Emma, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Bakito as well, to close out this draft.
Sisanya.
One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you liked their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big big crowd control. We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about.
Yang dari Indo
That's actually, you're not giving too much over to the Valentina. You have some dash to the back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still, you already have nice crowd control with the Alice. So
kita harus lihat mukanya dulu. Kalau muka Asia, iya.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those kind of lineups. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far. And it's two drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers. And their first chance at a performance. The trophy in the middle is at stake. $1 million prize pool, but this is just the beginning of that uphill battle. It is going to be True Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game one.
Thank you so much, Terrain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions, Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day one, together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuno, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup so far. Again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout today alone, day one. Paired up with Eudora, it works so well.
Game pertama Team Vitality, guys,
Badang pick. As you can see in the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just
tulisannya warna biru di belakang dan
Kimmy right now.
31, 32, 33.
First blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt whatever engages the opponents might do against you. But in those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough. Oh,
okay. Yes, he gets the purple buff. They're gonna force this fight. It looks like anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up the kill. Some revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my junk.
And the difference is
53, 54, 55, 56.
Belum 1 menit.
This break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around, handing them over the very slight.
Hitung lagi, coba hitung lagi menitnya nih.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
advantage you're seeing, but that's not true.
1,
Opponent with difference
2,
is
23, 24.
It looks like anyway.
Aman.
Kimmy picks up a kill. Some
Okay, thank you,
revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my junk.
and the difference is Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
Kimmy had there, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around, handing them over the very slight advantage you're seeing, but that's not a start that you'd want for a Ling jungler, because you really just wanted to interrupt his farming. You don't want him to get those early kills.
Ya ini Ian speak, coy. Jungler Indo nggak sih ini, guys?
Early skirmishes this game.
Oh, okay. Maestro's up some. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's gonna be up.
Tapi by the way,
first
Alisnya
objective, but I
ini
think
banget
True
ini.
Rippers wants to go ahead
Lagi
and
marah.
just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got half health on your jungler.
Begitu tuh dia,
Ian doesn't want
si
to take
pakar
this fight
Yeah.
just yet.
They're gonna hold this
Alisnya aja.
True Rippers will please position themselves here, but this is an Akai that we're talking about. An Akai trying to fight the objectives, but there you go. Finn finally shows up.
There it is. There's a third row already used. Tempest Blades comes down too. They'll just go. They'll fight. Moreno uses his ult, and now
Claude, gelo Bang Fer.
through the blazing duet.
Gelo.
over here into this fight.
Blazing duet from Mang Fer. Gelo mahal guys.
Looks like it's going to go over to Vitality.
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of an Akai in the objective fight. Oh wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner. Goes in with the flicker to capitalize another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup, considering that he is up against a carry, who, by the way, is also a master assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition that's supposed to snowball, and especially for your Ling, again, if you get delayed, then the whole team's affected to an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. It seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in the fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's not going to be able to escape this. An easy pick up there as it goes over to Emon, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more crowd control.
Okay, I was going to say, what do they have to do? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown. And now you're not going to have it. Plus your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly lost in that moment? And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 2-0-1 and who took all these energy shields from that turret down bottom. It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No trades across the map whatsoever too, so it's as if True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, responding.
Dari sananya Cah sumpah.
Rahansha too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret, burns the flicker too, and goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has right now.
I'm not sure why they went back. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time, since True Rippers were trying to look for trades on the other side of the map, but I feel like even then that was a bit too much time because they would have gotten it either way.
Skill 2 flicker.
He goes in with a lockdown, but it's Emon.
Vitality Varian melawan Ian.
Ian sulti langsung saja. Force a fight anyway, and he'll get out. Purify used. Here's the conceal. Does Vitality choose the fight? No, they're just going to push into the jungle further.
Yeah, it's not the easiest target to catch if you are True Rippers. Going up against or trying to lock down the Claude on a Purify with the BMI, with only just the Badang to rely on for crowd control. Because not even Asuna could come close. Garcia
ngapain deh?
Game of Fatal Links once again.
Gelo langsung saja bantai.
Gelo. It's double for Nile. This is the thing, Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments ago down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And Rahansha could barely survive this. Ian goes in though.
Goes in, comes away, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here, he's charged. Asuna under it. Can Kimmy get a kill? No, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers scrambling, looking for anything across the map. They're going to lose a tier 1 turret. This turtle, 3 for 3, should go over Vitality unless they just wait it out for that Lord to come through.
Yeah, and they could no longer anticipate the angles from which Vitality are actually coming from. Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5K. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing do it in action just yet. So that just adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers, at this point, is it really just counter-engage that they can rely on? Because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have set up potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
Yeah, Shogun doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side. Shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahan can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, and just barely will survive.
And that's the damage from the Blazing Duet that we've been talking about. So much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get a much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling behind significantly. That 5K gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with Blazing Duet. Gleam there, trying to escape. Used as well, and now here comes the Timmy. He's going to turn it around. A kill's picked up. We'll just fire on the base. Will take game 1.
Has not been dealt with, and True Rippers lost sight of how important it is. They were unable to defend, and Team Vitality with such a clean performance from the laning all the way to the late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away from True Rippers in a very dominant fashion.
No late game inside of that one, Brigida. Under 10 minutes.
Yeah.
For that game 1. You know, Vitality, again, this is, it's their own journey from all the way to Indonesia up to this point now. MSC, and you could see it in game 1 against a team who's also new on the stage, this international stage. You know, this is something that can be looked at as a big lesson learned for True Rippers. But if you break it down, it's one of the things where there's so many things, so many boxes that True Rippers has to check off here. I mean, from the get-go, as we look at the highlights here from SDC, you can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the map and, you know, keeping Garcia basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance, you know, to survive in that gold lane.
I think this just poses multiple questions for True Rippers in terms of that game and the approach that they really want to go for. The lineup, you could see that they probably want to just go for counter-engage or maybe a bit more of the punish quote-unquote attempt when it comes to playing against a team like Team Vitality. There are just so many dives. They have multiple ways to also respond, but at the same time, they were just... It came to a point where they were just too behind that they couldn't even respond anymore. They were just constantly run over by Team Vitality. There's just so much that we want to talk about in regards to what they have to do to get back in this series. So let's leave it to the panel as we throw it back over together with Raid Day.
Thank you so much, Brigida and Naisu. I mean, what do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory of relativity before Einstein took a stab at it, because it could be a little bit of an unsolvable problem right now. The fastest this game we have seen so far, true dominance from Team Vitality, and True Rippers just trying to stay engaged, but it was a tempo problem.
Yeah, it was a huge gap in experience and skill overall. You saw them, they're great with the counter punch at the start. They were able to punish the aggressive start of Team Vitality, but it was that first turtle that we were talking about behind the scenes where you really saw it's like, man, if only they just held on to some key skills to wait for Vitality's counter go, maybe that could have been better, but now they just went all in.
Yeah, I think what we wanted to see from them was what we saw in that very first counterplay that they had. They kind of let Vitality come to them. They got a quick play against it. There was one other point where they were able to do the same thing when Vitality was up in that top lane, and they went for play on the bottom and got a tower. But outside of that, they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own, and falling into just about every trap that Vitality wanted them to.
And it's really hard for a team to come into a position like this and try to set the tone, trying to set the stage when you know that the stage has been occupied by teams who have been there, done that, and are on their way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a big representation of India on your back, how do you have the confidence to do that? I think we saw in the interview that maybe they didn't right now, but maybe this
halo bang,
if you don't bring the confidence, it's going to be a fast exit.
Join ya bang.
With them, you know, there's no pressure on us, and they're trying to find that confidence.
Budaya Indonesia bang, permisi dulu.
Itu dia, langsung saja. Ada utamakan guys. Gabung aja, gabung. Gua udahan ya, thank you guys.
Pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before because they were at this certain mindset.
Bang, dari mana bang?
They were overlooking something.
Dari Jakarta bang.
They use their skill, or when the opponent has used their skill, they've lost track of that. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
Oh ya, nggak salah
There's some hesitation there. Kind of going, yeah, okay. What did happen with True Rippers then?
A lot happened.
Dari stream di mana bang? YouTube apa TikTok bang?
Just weren't mentally ready for this game. I think when a game goes like that, when a game ends in under 10 minutes,
Gua di TikTok lagi.
there's not a whole
TikTok mah reaksi anjir.
You walked in, you played wrong. I think at this point we need.
Gua akan mencoba untuk tidak spoiler ya.
Nah itu jangan spoiler ya. Kalau spoiler
jangan.
Kita belum pernah nih.
Draft look good. These are playable picks. We saw drafts from earlier teams that won, so the draft wasn't exactly the problem. I think it was going into that game.
Berapa orang itu bang yang di Discord? Banyak kan guys? Kita ada berapa orang?
10.
7 orang guys.
Aman tuh apa?
Vitality. Bang restream izinnya kemana? Izinnya ke Mas Rian guys.
Udah pada dapat diamond dari ini nggak bang?
Oh iya. Kalau buat kalian restream semifinal sama final di MUI 2026 dapat diamond.
Oh dapat. Gua nggak dapat nggak?
Semua dapat. Kalau yang lagi nge-stream di waktu itu.
Lu dapat bang?
Kata Tipen ya nanti nyusul.
Yang final MPL bang?
Ya enggak, bukan final MPL, final semifinal dan grand final MWY 2026.
Oh itu yang MWY ya?
Iya.
MWY. Astagfirullah orang.
MWY guys.
MWY.
Indo.
Ini sekolah guys ya, sekolah dulu guys. Udah paling bener sekolah guys.
Parah lu sekolah anjing. Coba cari.
MWI.
MWI aku masih.
Jangan ngomongin sekolah ntar 11.
Kira skor bangsat.
Yang mana?
Gimana ya sekolah cuma sampai pagar doang.
Nah itu.
Kalau sampai pagar anjing.
Platform.
Kenapa tuh sekolah? Emang kenapa sekolah guys?
Kalau misalnya.
Aduh jangan bahas-bahas sekolah lah. Nanti kena blazing duet.
Astagfirullah. Ini lari ya kemana nih?
Kita bingung nih. Ini nyapunya gimana nih?
Ini gimana?
Jangan disapu.
Disapu.
Kalau disapu berarti beneran masalah.
Kenapa sih?
Apa yang nyapu?
Apa sih cok semua enggak? Wah ini udah jarang update kita guys. Nggak tahu nih ini.
Wah, kita 2 minggu nggak login langsung kudet gini guys. Ada apa guys? Sumpah kita nggak tahu guys.
Mau gue jelasin nggak?
Boleh. Kenapa?
Jelasin secara
Kenapa nih? Gue mute dah. Bentar ya. Dah. Gimana? Gimana?
Apa?
Kenapa sih?
Apanya kenapa itu?
Itu sekolah kenapa sekolah tuh? PMBG. Itu kenapa sekolah kesenggol kenapa tuh tadi tuh?
Kagak dijelasin anjing, kenapa diem cowok.
Udah tungguin lo anjing. Orang ini guys ngasih harapan palsu guys.
Udah gua mute juga nih.
Kenapa bang? Ada apa sama sekolah-sekolah ini guys?
Ini statement apa lagi cowok? Mana?
Kita nggak tahu guys, kita nggak ikutan dah.
Gua nggak ikutan bang.
Emang apa sih? Kenapa sih?
Ada apa ini?
Ya, perihal uncle gitu.
Coba ya kita searching, kita googling dulu guys ya.
Kita googling
dulu guys.
Lagunya.
Kita tanya dulu guys. Kita nggak tahu soalnya nggak tahu guys. Sorry dah.
Aja.
Semakin sedikitnya yang kamu tahu, semakin baik.
Nah, makanya sedikit aja. Udah guys, kita follow aja guys. Kita nggak tahu sumpah guys. Tolong ya, yang tahu kasih tahu guys.
Banyakan main Roblox.
Tuh kenapa?
Ada di game sebelah, game Roblox.
Astagfirullah. Disebut sama beliau guys. Untung kita mute aja.
Parah di mute.
Parah cok.
Di mute di streamnya, anjing masuk ke stream bahaya. Ini kita yang kena ini kambing.
Itu dia.
Kenapa sih bang?
Agak dijelasin guys.
Kan gua yang kena distract cok. Iya.
Seperti kalau
Kenapa ini? Jujur kita nggak tahu guys.
Udah. Nanti dah bahasnya nanti bahas.
Distract guys, anjir.
Lah kita brewek aja kita kali brewek guys ya. Kita brewek kali guys.
Mainan brewek TCG gitu.
Ada lagi. Ya pokoknya yang kesenggol sorry lah guys ya.
Iya.
Itu dia.
Kita nggak tahu guys sumpah.
Parah.
Itu udah lama.
Udah pada gede kok baperan ah.
Udah. Oke. Kita bahas gameplay guys ya. Gimana tadi game Vitalty
ya,
guys?
kita bahas gameplay ya guys ya. BTR jangan dikasih akai.
Jangan kasih akai udah.
BTR.
Ini tim Vitalty kita sekarang guys.
Vitalty ini.
Sorry, Vitalty.
Nah. Guys ya. Baca guys.
Vitalty.
Parah disenggol lagi.
Vitalty.
Siapa sih maksudnya apa sih senggol-senggol ini? Apa sih guys?
Tahu. Kagak ngerti gua anjing.
Sumpah sorry lah yang kesenggol. Kita cuma ngingetin sekolah itu penting. Emang kenapa guys?
Masih diungkit masalah sekolah, Cuk.
Aduh.
Penasaran.
Drama Pape sama Skylar aja masih dibahas. Aduh.
Apa sih? Emang ada apa sih guys? Kita nggak tahu guys, sumpah. Ntar kita cari dulu guys.
Ati ini kan gara-gara Clipper bego anjir. Kampret.
Gara-gara apa sih Bang King?
Ya kan gini, jadi ibaratnya kan ada dipotong Clipper-nya gitu ya. Ya kan Clippernya kita ngebuat nge-frame di Skylarnya jadi apa ya? Orang negatif gitu. Jadi jadi HP-nya adalah paham gitu.
Oh, soal itu.
Iya. Jadi HP nonton yang Clipper yang ngasih drama gitu.
Oke.
Tapi di satu sisi juga Skylar gak harus ngomong kayak gini ya. Katanya gak apa-apa Unke, yang penting punya duit banyak gitu. Tapi kan itu kan tapi kan dia salah juga sih bro. Tuh bisa nanti kalau udah dewasa, lu harus tahu pendidikan itu lebih penting daripada duit, Cok. Lu misalnya perahu bocor, masa ditimbal pakai duit? Ya enggak lah, kayak gitu lah.
Ya.
Gitu. Makanya pendidikan penting guys. Apalagi yang bolos sekolah tuh.
Oh alah, sorry dah guys, kita nggak tahu guys kalau itu masalahnya guys. Sorry kita udah baru sorry.
Aman guys, sudah jangan dibahas guys, aman.
Nah, skip. Oke, gimana game Vitality guys? Jangan kasih Akai ya.
Itu Moreno gacor sih, Cok.
Pokoknya mah yang kasih apa ya, hero nyaman mereka aja lah.
Hero nyaman ya.
Play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin.
Emang si Exora ini guys menjebak kita anjing. Goblok nih admin guys ya. Moderator ini menjebak streamernya anjing.
It's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality,
ini mod gua dia nanyain.
They took the slight slow play, they had aggressive EXP laners.
Bang mending jadi pro player atau kuliah katanya.
Maybe we can beat them to micro. Maybe you
come
to a region like that.
Kuliah jujur.
You see it with a lot of outer regions in a sense.
Tapi kuliahnya jangan cuma sekedar kuliah masuk. Belajar balik lagi.
Masih lagi nih. Mep.
Nah, ngasih jangan aja.
Ganti guys, ganti topik guys.
Jangan cuma masuk belajar balik, jangan gitu guys.
Belajar.
Agak ngeri guys, ternyata guys bahasan itu guys. Kita baru tahu itu guys, sorry ya.
Sama, yaudah lanjut. Drag guys. Drag. Ini Akai di band.
Dari stream aja, pusing kita.
Akai di band, pilih mah.
Ini konsep kebalik kan sih? Oh enggak salah.
Dangerous grass, our map choice. It was flying clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map to see how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Rimar was talking about.
Muka marah deh, Cok.
Heroes like Hilda always doing well in dangerous grass. Some of those more on the ground assassins instead of things like Ling.
Kalau jujur ya mending pakai trim yang EWC aja lebih cepat waktunya.
Right? So this time True Rippers will be on the blue side first pick. We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before. It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much, and it's just a great roamer right now with the crowd control, the amount of movement it has across the map. It could definitely be a first pick here from True Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they've had Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for. They have another pick in mind. Old surprise
ganti nama dia.
They want to take it away from
dia punya kelas apa itu guys?
Rodri jago banget bro, main kemarin.
But then are they of taking away some of Moreno's best picks? One of them being the Juicing. Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
Bola.
EWC bego tuh player EWC.
But with the Ling gone, you do at least take away some of that aggression. But Vitality doesn't need the Ling, honestly. They've already shown, we can beat you with the Akai, and we get the swing back. So if they do take the Atlas on the side of Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality
ini MBR apaan dah, Cok? Bedanya kocak anjing.
If it is Akai Jushin and they go Atlas first,
Ling lagi open,
True Rippers respond.
Ling gacor itu.
Difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact.
Meta, tai kalau mateng jungler najis.
That's more of an
itu
execution
nggak tahu ya
question.
Gimana yang main nggak sih?
Constantly take away its health. A lot of the great impact that Nile had was because True Rippers already used their dashes or already used their skills. So a little bit about the timing within the game itself. So in that question, also prioritizing if this is our weakness, we're getting caught out. Heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant. Yeah, that could work too. But then again, it's like, how are they going to use it?
Yang gue heran ini Eudora masuk meta aja. Kaget kita guys lihat Eudora masuk meta.
Balmon juga.
Bukan sakit, tapi jungler assassinnya udah balik lagi.
I know we were kind of like about about it.
Cuma kalah sama tank jungler, Mas.
Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin.
Demi anjing kontra mulu sama statement orang-orang nih guys. Public enemy anjing jadi guys.
Assassin tuh kalau menang kalau build-nya tank juga kayak Lance.
That's gonna be a bit of an ego pick, an ego in the good way. It's like it's that Vitality. It's like I know we're better than you. Let me show you some.
Karena retry itu kan ngikut darah.
Tactics of like packing a sprint on this juice and giving it a sky piercer, and then suddenly just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
2 picks coming up for
Katanya
Vitality.
Kartizin mana pernah Lance
That was
damage
taken away this time for True Rippers, who start with that.
Kalau dia emang bukan damage kalau main
Vitality due to
Main
respond.
Denki dia aplikator hero.
Lance.
Jarang banget ya Lance damage anjir.
So we are gonna get to see some aggression.
Bacanya pasti hybrid gitu ya.
Hybrid ya.
Their second pick.
Main keduanya.
This is exactly what I said. After winning game 1, we could see them take a
nanti
complete
kepik itu Doranya pasti kepik itu. Jadi pakai Celena.
This definitely goes into that school of thought.
Ya kalau Doranya nggak muncul ya nggak apa-apa, nggak masalah.
That's a hell of a pick.
Yang penting mencegah Dora di pick, mencegah Dora di pick.
I just realized Coach Pandas with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out, but that was the meta of Atlas at Rome. Selena was one of the picks he wanted to pick up because at least you can set up some traps. So that he can vision. Now this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your Abyssal Arrow to have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Fighter apa Pove.
Prey is not open.
Yeah.
They could go for call me crazy.
Langsung aja di road, langsung aja di road.
A ruby
Oh
gold.
ya di road tadi di road praktisi main.
Langsung aja di road. Lama udah.
Uranus ya.
Something that can
Tapi carry juga masih bisa lah.
Ada yang nebet ya anjing.
Carry masih bisa
Kalau
lah.
saya ikut war, kill Uranusnya aja.
Fokus Uranus ya.
Buy one terus aja ini.
Coba lama anjir. Coba lama Uranus sama
Mobilnya anjing sih.
We've had
pohon terkokoh nih guys.
We haven't seen the Belleric yet.
Counter banyak hero anjir.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned.
Semua anjing, hampir semua ini kena
Yeah, it's
sama
gotten
dia.
banned out more.
Semua ini sama dia.
Tebel lagi dia udah bikin helm.
Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up in the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like unless
Ini
they
petinju nih.
really go a little bit
Gracia.
back into
Iya,
the meta and
Garcia.
then suddenly bring back
Petinju itu.
YSS in the gold
Petinju.
lane.
They have the option.
Petinju.
They have the option.
Matamu petinju anjing.
Lah,
See Sun Chen.
Garcia petinju anjing.
Garcia petinju.
Petinju mana anjing? Serius?
Ya, pernah ganti ketinggalan zaman, BG.
Anjing kita vakum dari dunia internet ini.
Petinju Garcia mah.
Siapa nih?
Yang kemarin lawan ini kan Joteng, David Teng.
Oh alah anjing. King Rian.
Iya.
Iya, King Rian.
Earlier we said
Kita baru tahu guys.
sometimes needs to be fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down. And
Sorry guys. Kita udah kesenggol-senggol banyak orang ini. Sorry guys.
Fast win for Team Vitality.
Ngeband ya, ngeband siapa ya?
Moskov langsung saja Moskov.
Or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
Pick benar langsung aja kanan. Sora.
Right.
Or if they truly think that
Sora Arlot juga band gue bagus.
Ini band kiri apa?
Arlot bisa nih.
Dan lu kecepatan anjing.
Kagak anjir.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
Ini kanan apa nih buat nge-react-nya? Arlot kah? Alis?
So coming into game 2,
Alis blue bang.
last game, right?
Yeah.
Tapi Ellie sih kayaknya.
I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly. They're great at micro mechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this.
Mau Gord kah Gord?
Lilia. Hero gua Lilia, ayo Lilia hero gua
tuh. Tiba-tiba hero gua tuh.
Lilia tuh hero OP tuh.
Tinggal diangkat tabur aja udah mati berapa tuh Lilia.
Siapa bilang mas? Purify ada mas, tangan.
Gak ada sabar. Cuma yang ini. Sabar.
Muntun, balikin Liliago mode lama Muntun.
Enggak curang coy anjing itu nge-reset skill 2 anjing.
Ah, gor anjing.
Gor kan? Udah gue bilang gor ya. India nih ramai.
Mati lah ini gornya lah. Iyalah, kena Selena coy anjing kena.
Ada Selena itu.
Mati lah gornya lah.
Kocak aja, tambah cok kocak anjir.
Ya tambah cok makin mati gornya.
Enggak main tuh gornya.
Udah mati jer.
Gornya enggak main tuh.
Udah ini ditendang-tendang guys. Cepat. Lagi kamehameha dikena lele ya mati anjing.
Kalau kena ya
lele ditendang weh. Percaya aja kalau lele Lopaya mah.
Lihat.
Aneh bet aneh anjing. Let's go. Kocak anjing. Apa yang got di situ ya? Ya.
Kayaknya dia buat follow up sih.
Kalau misalkan ini ya kalau di gornya.
Ini kali mau combo Atlas kali ya, combo Atlas ya.
Paling aktifin dia ditendang cowok anjir.
Jadi mau combo Atlas ke combo Atlas.
Or will True Rippers be able to even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigida for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into the series in order for us to get into a game number 3. But Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division.
Oh, in Vitality aja guys, langsung saja.
Belric XP lane.
Belric
Ini dia. Game kedua guys.
I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belric the past few weeks that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go in the XP. There's an arrow landing, Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile. Has that damage on Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. He's running the revitalize.
Korea ngambil purify
mentioned, you know, in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight. Now they can extend them even further. And you're throwing the air, you have nowhere to go.
Hantam hantam ti itu.
Mampus tuh. Makan tuh Selena Moreno guys.
Bandel
enggak nulis.
Sia ditendang. Kena lele sia.
Udah gak ada pelito.
Iya Moreno. Nah, mampus. Bandel malah ganti.
Ngambil punya pengen ngaco
early in the draft, and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills. You know exactly why it was picked up that early in the draft. So this is a problem that True Rippers have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about.
Bandel sih dikasih taunya batu.
Udah dibilangin dari tadi ya, kenapa gor ya? Nurut aja lagi sama kita guys.
So far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno, so it's really becoming a statement right here. The Eagle pick is working wonders for them if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control.
Ini kiri berat banget early-nya guys. Yes, sama
Just look how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they hit every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens
Hey, kena lelenya itu.
Map 2, dangerous grass, extra bush to work with. They're going to force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight. Shock going to be used too. Coming with the lockdown, and SOD already thrown out. Good kill on Nile. This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves an objective. They have all the room to work with right now as ES will secure the turtle. Fight's going to break out. There's the gut. And True Rippers, they've awoken in game 2.
One of the tankiest members extending the fight, actually leading to an advantage for True Rippers right there. I don't think Nile nor the rest of Team Vitality had enough damage to just take down this Uranus, this Hansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy just baiting out some of their attention and taking in majority of the damage too, eventually allowing them to get access to Nile. So this is
Tiba-tiba
one of the potential workarounds for this draft is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is gonna come from Moreno. Like the burst damage and triple burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point in time. But as long as you get to tag everything, then maybe there could be a way around this for True Rippers.
Yeah, that way is their tanky front line. Vision
Moreno,
lihat temen lu Moreno. Astagfirullahaladzim. True Rippers.
True Rippers are starting to be a lot more active than you expected them to be. A really great setup on that Fatal Links as you've seen, but Rehan should
bandel Morena udah mulai bandel. Glowing mas.
Again, Suno with a pickup kill.
Morena mas nggak mau glowing mas. Bandel mas.
Join the fight. Has a flicker, but doesn't want to risk it, so they just. Vitality now in this position where they, they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly. It's just you don't want to give too much over, right? This score we've seen it before. There's a reason why the Gord has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage and that's something they have to watch out for. Not only are you working around a big the potential for takeoff but even True Rippers, this composition has strengths and one that is that amount of synergy that comes with the ultimates plus that Gush.
Which is really interesting, but it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun finally going to be part of this team fight. We haven't seen the Bellerin just yet.
Yep, not the set they're looking for. Down into the rapid dryad to be able to pick up one. Shogun gone. Emon still going to be firing off, and if Finn falls again here too. True Rippers fighting the Vitality, and Emon trying to get away, but will not be able to escape from the shot. True Rippers, they found their footing.
If you want to fight brawls, if you want to go all on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around here, they're playing around the city. We wanted to point out the fact that maybe this would have been
This is going to be able to survive just one HP.
Yeah, he cannot be down. True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really, really well. I guess we're starting to feel demands.
Oh, he's going to go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. He's able to get enough back. And Finn is the one to get a misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill shot based or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the team Vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can just be in your space, and they could just allow their damage dealer to do their thing. Team Vitality seems to be a bit more precise in terms of the team fight approach.
Kameranya jadi penuh banget pusing cok lihatnya.
Purified too. Engagement in the mid lane. Zone Force already dropped down. There's the Gush on Finn trying to escape. An SOD thrown in as well. The revitalizer helps the fight as they fight back, but Shogun goes down. Arrow thrown out. And now Finn looking for more. They re-engage. Niall not able to capitalize on it. Kill for Niall.
Anjing dikejar.
And again, he has the Sky Piercer, so that's 2 stacks.
And they've somewhat turned things around here for Team Vitality, at least for now. They're already able to lessen the lead, but Niall is still being chased by Rehancha here. Okay, we'll get the objectives.
Kenny is very strong, and he's had a solid game so far. Again, 3-0 forward for the team currently, but Vitality shows some fight in them. Off of that exchange in the mid lane, plus an objective, they slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still True Rippers up amidst it all nicely. Garcia will be able to survive though. Good thing for some backup.
Bayangin mati kena banjir.
He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next. Shogun. He tries to get away. Probably could see over as he takes down Kimmy.
Bellerin dilawan
What's happening all over the map? I might want to take a look at the items right now. Builds have they been up, especially for Cho and you can really feel how much pressure they're actually able to put onto the opponents. How much they're able to actually maybe get out of True Rippers, but I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe and targeting from Vitality. Even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good round.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the
Nah, ini nih baru nih meta ini glowing sama dominan S. Sip, ayo.
Glowing
You don't know sometimes if you're gonna full commit to it or not. Sometimes you're like, hey, it's better a flicker than a death, you know? So that is burnt from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitalty plus a little bit of a gold to work with, but this Lord coming up in 10 seconds will tell us a whole lot of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality, for one, because of how frequent the fights have been happening in mid, Vitality have somewhat taken advantage of that. They've been doing things on other parts of the map, which has really lessened the lead.
Wah, kena 3 anjing.
After the fatal links is used, but he's gone. SOD. Now the disengage for Vitality, so they're going to take advantage of it. True Rippers will take down the tier 1 in mid, even down a member. Now they're going to potentially get set up around this Lord pit here.
Okay, so True Rippers,
Moreno buka.
despite what we were pointing out, just really wanted
Moreno,
that
Moreno.
Oh, mantap.
Langsung aja, langsung. Nah, itu loh. Mati Uranusnya. Mantap. Kicep.
For the taking here for Team Vitality.
Sheer damage, sheer aggression from Team Vitality. To
Udah mau ya udah pergi
Shogun might get caught here with the fatal link.
Just not enough.
Yaelah, pelerik 3 dilawan cuma
it's a double for Niall again. Stacks on stacks for this Horara.
And they will take that 2-1 away from True Rippers. Just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of somewhat team fights happening in mid, skirmishes and scrambles happening here and there, but now it's Vitality who somewhat still have the better grasp of the macro and are now pushing True Rippers to defend for now.
Moreno.
Seems so quick. Off of a lot of forced fights or, you know, these skirmishes happening in the mid lane. You can see the stacks here too. For Niall, he's got that 44 on the Sky Piercer, and you know that's deadly to deal with because the way that we've seen the is just kind of in and out. You know, you're utilizing the iframes that you have. You have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights. And now that you have multiple stats, big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent way clear. They were also able to at least take control of that top lane, so they don't feel as much pressure to up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality
BTR tingkatannya?
Yet, but in Team Vitality might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Niall as well. Finn right there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't just yet. Again, Kimmy waiting for that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Mozkov to go ahead and turn the tide with a great SOD or, you know, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers because they've got that potential. They just gotta go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yep. They already have the damage. That's the Trinity already built in here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the Rose Gold meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that Abyssal Arrow, he could probably survive an additional But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about it. Especially with
mati.
Maju Ranus, ini maju Ranus. Butuh Ranus. Ini lo maju.
For them to collapse down. Collapse on the tier 2 turret. There's a push up top from Garcia. The base turret mid's going to be working here. Minions will be cleared out. Team Vitality will make their way.
pretty much left
Ay,
with
kena
at
gitu.
least getting trades though. This is
Lompat,
different from
awas,
game number
hantam.
1. Garcia goes back in though.
Dia loncat aja Garcia, ngapain nyepetin yuk?
Joins after that, throwing that SOT. True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around these missile arrows. Nile join the fight now too. They're going to be going, looking for a potential fight already. Everything already fine. Moreno's gone.
Dapat cok Gelo Nile cok.
Finally goes down. True Rippers.
Gelo retrinya Nile.
They might have lost the Lord, but they can take home with them. They're going to go for Shockley. They'll get the stun. It's a double for Garcia.
And that's when Finn couldn't even land the stuns, wasn't even able to just
dapat Uranus lagi biru. Iya dipegang Uranus sama Atlas di
Ian's out of
belakang.
the way to secure the objective. Let's take a look at that replay because I feel like there was a clear attempt at least from Finn to just deny the retribution from Ian's here. He was just trying to chase after it and he did not successfully do so, but the damage, the splash damage that just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that. It helps
Inilah kenapa nggak keluarin dari
how
awal, Cok.
Vitality were able to
Jadi
just
duluan.
win the objective, and that is
Oh,
what
emang
really matters at
ngigil,
this
guys,
point.
ngigil,
At
guys.
least they're not
Ngigil.
able to hand over the
Nggak respect,
complete
anjir.
advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless,
Tuh,
True
udah
Rippers
antena dapat Uranus.
were actually
Udah
able
menang
to
tuh kiri.
somewhat balance out
Darah
that fight.
mulu,
It's
darah
not
mulu,
a
kencang-kencang
huge
gitu ya.
loss despite them not getting the objective.
It was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well. Being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. You know, those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get being able to stay alive, even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn around because the key members stayed alive here. Garcia being one of them. And it's so important, again, his spacing, his positioning on the Moscow. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to. But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. The Conceal is going to be used. Scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that you're actually seeing from him. Let's take a look at the gold distribution so far, and even in terms of scaling, I think he's been doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of gold, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Awas, awas.
They're going to go for the re-engage here. They're going to disengage for now. Arrow's going to be able to land. They're going to force it anyway. Into the Mystic Gush. Looking for more. Immortality going to be popped.
Balikin.
It's a double for Nile. They're going to pick up. Expending a lot of battle spells. Not going to connect though. Another kill. What more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange. But to answer your question, they're just really focusing now on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ian's was all alone. They could go for the chase, and Hirara is just one of the best heroes to rely on in terms of that and outputting the necessary damage. They're waiting for this. Are they actually going to wait for an entire minute though? Because the Evolved Lord will take an entire minute. It seems like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured.
Jadi salah itu, salah
At this
kalkulasi.
point again, it's
Iya,
Breeder
jadi
in
kalah
that
lagi
situation,
berarti
right?
belum.
But
harusnya lebih
I
cepat
don't
dari
count
awal
them out
tadi.
though.
Yep.
Even with that, that Lord secured.
Oh, mungkin nunggu 18 menit kan?
Have to kind of take their
Iya.
time
Terek kayak
going into
helm.
this fight because of the nature of the
Helm
position.
dari
A lot of
mana,
times,
anjing?
like you said, they're playing around the arrows.
Ada anjing
They're
helm
sort
terek.
of also waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links, because they have to avoid that combo, that wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush,
Enggak, dia winter itu.
and
Winter.
keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord,
Enggak apa-apa sih dia. Sayap paling sayap nggak sih
Full
anjir.
item builds for
Kalau nggak
both
sayap winter itu.
gold laners for
Iya,
gold
kalau
damage
sayap
killers. I
winter.
think Miles is locking in his last, and he decides to switch it up and pick up a winter
Kalau
crown.
Skyfist boleh sih, tapi
complete his
besok
build,
dapat
so there
speknya.
could be more creative angles from this point onwards.
Udah keteran gini baru beli ya. Mati guys.
Bandel, aja tuh Iman, makan tuh Iman, bandel.
Iya, nice banget anjing. Ya, kena. Dia terakhir. Ayo.
Kelonelnya kasih lawan cowok.
Uranus tuh udah dapat item kita ya
It's one base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charge of minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around. They're the ones who are approaching the base.
They go in, fatal links used, Mystic Gush already expended.
Dapat kena.
Kimmy's going down, gonna get chased down.
Dulu malah itu si Gordnya.
Nice banget.
Boskopnya cuk.
Comes through for True Rippers to send Vitality up to the base.
Double marksman
Aduh,
set
nggak
up.
kuat. Moreno. Ya, Moreno.
Ya udah ada Moreno tuh nggak buka map. Nggak geser map.
Late game marksman.
Nggak geser map kalau kena lele tuh
Actually
enggak
gonna go
ya.
up against with the abyssal arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that fatal links combo making sure that they found the targets. But I think this was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. They once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Nile were really honest to what they wanted to do. And now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
That's a solo kill right there. That's unfortunate timing. As the Lord is up, this was the replay. Especially with the sacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, an evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality.
So much has been happening here.
Jangan dikasih itu, jangan dikasih itu.
Awas kena tombak, awas kena tombak.
This Lord freely from the hands of True Rippers. Was waiting, and they wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game. As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers. He has to take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep. That's big stacks right there for Nile, and this is what was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on for Kimmy.
Nggak keburu.
Mystic Gush will come down.
Shogunnya mati, nggak apa-apa, ayo balikin lagi. Lainnya nggak kena.
Jangan lu jangan perang, ada lore.
Now they have to defend though, they have to be able to go and
Dorong mid aja.
Push aja, push tengah.
Only 4 members left alive.
But at least True Rippers took down their main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but no!
Once again, winner crown.
Mantap emang.
Kena itu.
Mantap.
Iya. Tim dekat gitu nggak kena.
Kelas.
Anjing, sedekat itu tombak kagak kena lagi.
Are able to end the series 2-0. There were attempts here and there. You saw how they wanted to definitely fight back.
Kiri semua ini prediksi.
Highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from Asuna, and occasionally from Ian's too, but it was just too tough of a task when you had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most. And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality. They have another intense matchup awaiting in the upper bracket. We take a look at the highlights real quick before we throw it on stage. But it's definitely a much better one for True Rippers.
This, I feel like, again, we saw a bit more of what True Rippers are capable of. Again, this first match on the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game one against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And, you know, there's definitely maybe some nerves at play here for True Rippers that they just kind of have to shake off because the idea, the concept is there. It's just, again, some mistakes really build up, and eventually those mistakes might cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really scaling lineup.
Yeah.
The damage that they had to await for a Yisun Shin and a Moskov definitely took their time, but Asuna, Rehansha,
timnya dikit kali ya.
they were pretty much able to hold it out long enough for them to become a real threat against Team Vitality. Like they were
ini udah tahu ya kali Parisnya yang menang pasti Vitality udah gitu ya.
Oh nggak gitu dong, nggak gitu. Kesannya settingan anjing.
Terlalu OP cowok Vitality anjir.
Udah ini udah apa disiplin banget ini permainannya. Cuma kewalahan tadi udah beberapa momen kewalahan terus.
Let's go. Interview dulu guys.
Eman.
Woi Bang Fer, ini lihat si Bang Fer, Bang Fer di interview cok.
Kagak anjing, kagak.
Ini mirip Jos ya, Ge. Cuma porsi putih aja.
Maksudnya. Maksudnya si Jos kenapa tuh?
Believe in ourselves, yeah.
And game 2.
Si Fer lihat tuh, si Bang Fer sama mirip sumpah.
Yeah, in game 2, we just need to know our win con in game 2 so we can get a comeback.
Fix sudah.
Just like that.
Aku lah Fer, aku lah.
MSC 2022,
adiknya Eman kan?
How important is for you to be back on this main stage, especially now in front of the hometown crew with more and more audience coming as the event proceeds?
I'm so grateful because here in Paris, Vitality is you know, hometown and just a little bit pressure.
Thank you nonton ya.
Yeah, you know.
Kita lanjut besok.
Strong
besok Konik lawan NTT Seven.
Kita end stream dulu guys.
Stream.
Gila, welcome ya pindah maaf dulu.
Oke guys, sampai jumpa lagi nanti di Lepedok kalian tadi Onik lawan NTT Seven jam 15 malam. Kayak sama kayak Vitality tadi ya. Vitality lawan siapa tadi teh? Vitality lawan
Kasih tepuk tangan, guys.
Nah, banyak tadi lah. Vitality lawan BTR ya.
Gue duluan ya. Thank you guys.
Thank you banget semuanya ya. Thank you.